Good morning and welcome to today's meeting of the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. As is our custom, I'm going to have Dalida start the introductions and we'll go around the table and then go on from there. Thank you.
Good morning, Dalida Hasha, Worcester.
Good morning, Farzana Mohammed, Newton. Erica Fisher, Worcester.
Matt Hills, Newton.
Catherine Craven, Brookline.
Pedro Martinez, Commissioner.
Pat Tutwiler, Secretary.
Marty West from Newton.
Isabel Chamberlain, Hudson.
Christina Grant, Cambridge.
Kristen Smitty, Westfield.
Okay, great. And we don't have anybody online today, so that's really good. At this time, we will hear from members of the public. Each person will have 3 minutes to address the board. You will hear a warning bell at 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and then a second bell at 3 minutes when you need to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Jessica Tang. Jess is here. I'll come back to Jess, or? Yes, okay. How about Bob Bickerton? Okay. I think Samaya Omran might be running a little late, I heard. Jody Al-Ansar, you here? Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Jody Dialankar. I live in Massachusetts, and I came to the United States in September 2019 from Brazil. Okay. Searching for a better life. When I arrived, I struggled. I did not understand the language, and I was afraid to speak. Simple conversations were very hard. I felt invisible and stuck. Everything changed when I found the Ludlow Area Adult Learning Center. Learning English that was one of the most important decisions of my life. I didn't just learn grammar, I learned confidence. I was lost my fear of speaking English. I gained computer skills, learned to speak in public, and study alongside people from many cultures who became my community. Adult education opened more doors for me. This year, I completed my nursing aid certification and medical interpreter certificate through Holyoke Community College. After a long time struggling to find better work and a professional career, I stopped believing in my own potential. But through the Student Ambassadors program and Conversation Cafe, I found it again. Conversation Cafe gave me not only personal and professional growth, but also the chance to support other adult learners, especially those still waiting for English classes in Massachusetts. Since April 2025, Conversation Cafe has already served more than 130 students who were on ESOL waiting list, with more than 2,000 people still waiting statewide. This program restores hope and dignity now, not someday. It showed me that I can keep playing my dreams, goals, and confidence in my classroom even while I am still building my own. That is why adult education programs are so important, and why opportunities like Student Ambassadors, Conversation Cafe, and student leadership matter. They turn struggling into strength, learners into leaders, and classroom into communities that fulfill everyone up and move forward together. Please continue supporting adult education and the Student Ambassador program. When you think about investing in adult learnings and in the impact of the investment, please think of me. I am one of the faces of the public adult education in Massachusetts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for coming in. Next up, I'd like to call Luis Carlos Nunez. Is Luis here? Ah, there you are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Luis Carlos Nunes. I'm 39 years old, and I live in Haverhill, Massachusetts, with my uncle and his partner. I have been living for 4 years. I started my career as a dancer and actor, television programs, and a musical theater. Speaking English has always been a dream for me. In my country, learning English is very expensive. I worked jobs in the United States that I didn't like it. I couldn't show my full potential. My life really changed when I decided to apply to adult education program and community action. When I walked into my class, I finally felt safe. Met teachers who believed me, and classmates who understood my challenge. Always when I do a speech, I feel emotional. Little by little, I started speaking more fearless, participating more in class, and get involved with my community. I still work as a busser, I still help pay my bills. And at the same time, I do my student ambassador job. This program gave me confidence and a new path. For the first time in this country, I felt as I belonged. Becoming a student ambassador took my confidence even further. This program helped me to identify my voice. They also gave me opportunity to learn a profession in the office, developing administrative and accounting skills. Today, I help other learners who face the same fears, uncertainty as I felt before. I answer questions, share information, and encourage them to keep going. It's very important, not just for me, but for all adult learners. This program is continuing because with it, people can learn and develop in professional through adult education in Massachusetts. Thank you for listening, and thank you for believing in a student like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I'd like to call Cesar Vasquez. Is Cesar here?
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. I'm a little nervous too, but good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Cesar Carrella. I came here this morning from Chicopee to see you face to face, everybody here, to say thank you. Thank you for support this program. This program, this adult education program, are one of the most relevant human acts because they not only impact our life as a student, impact our family's life too. When I arrived in this great country, I'm start like many others from zero, working on different warehouses. Even though I have a college degree in law from my country, but my English level did not allow me to find opportunity that matched my education. That began to change when I joined to this program. Day by day, my English improved and gained confidence to earn for example, my commercial driver license and my certification as a bus school driver. This job is truly valuable for me because it's allowed me to serve to my community and make sure a student arrived at a school safely every day. I continue moving forward and earn my certification as a Massachusetts notary, and more recently, my certification as a notary signing agent through the National Notary Association of the United States. All of this happened possible because of the support we receive in this program, for example, like ACE. Last year, I had the honor of working with BESE through the Student Ambassador Program. And this experience, I feel so proud, and I repeat this year again, it has been a powerful experience for my personal and professional growth. This beautiful memory is carried on my heart. This program is a major step forward for education in this region. I truly believe that the education and knowledge are the basis of the progress. The passion of everyone involved in this project is inspiring. You hold the power to change life through the education. And there is no great way to accomplish our purpose, by sharing our knowledge with others. I want to finish with Isabel Allende quote, say, selective memory to remember the good, wise thinking to protect the present, and brave optimism to face the future. Thank you for being here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good job. Good job.
Next up, I'd like to call Terry McRae.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for having me. My name is Terry McRae. I go to school at Community Action for my GED. I began 2.5 years ago. I live in Merrimack, Mass. I choose to speak because of the passion I have for education. It replaced the lack of what I wished I had had. I also am a student ambassador for the state, for BESE, Department of Elementary and Education for the 3rd time. And I have interned working with Lisa Patrick. That was great. During that time, I wrote 2 articles for the newsletter. I am on the leadership committee. I enjoyed tutoring ESOL with Spanish speakers, which was fascinating to me because of the lack of education that I have. At Community Action in Haverhill, Mass. These are experiences that I never thought I would have a chance to do. What motivated me was when I watched my adult sister with learning disabilities get up and return to school, knowing it would be hard for her. It just made me believe that I too could return to school. And by doing that, it has made me more focused, productive, and confident, and prepared to do great things in the near future. Using my voice can be a challenge. I can be intimidated. But I want to learn to be sociable around all people and share my story. Community Action is a non-judgmental and positive environment to learn. The staff is exceptionally kind and very welcoming. It has been a pleasure for me to commit myself to getting an education there, which I have wanted for my life. I have missed out on a lot of education due to being traumatized in the 4th grade, which caused my learning disability. This caused me to struggle with processing new information. Imagine how hard that is, and still is. This is why I quit school for the first time. Now, I continue to commit myself to my education, in part due to the belief my teachers have in me. This gives me perseverance. It is why I have begun to believe in myself in ways I never did before. So I commit myself to new experiences in the field of education and learning, and hopefully I will be a success story at the end when I pass my GED. Community action and adult education in any community is needed. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did Bob Bickerton come in yet? Or Samaya Amran? Samaya.
Hi, how are you?
Hi,
Good, thank you. My name is Samia Umran.
Samia.
Samia, yeah.
Thank you.
I live in Boston area, and I live in Boston area. I am a single mother of 4 kids, a student ambassador, a conversation cafe teacher, and I'm artist too. I hold master degree in economics from my country. I have earned nine certificates in economics through adult education, along with certificates in English, practice teaching, and technology. I am also survivor of domestic violence. Learning English through adult education changed my life and my kids' life. Let me building my confidence, go back to my future with my 4 kids, and rebuilding my confidence, support my family, and heal from that difficult time with my kids, and bring hope in my home again. At Conversation Cafe, we not just help students to remove from the waiting list, no. We help them to building confidence, support their family, and go forward in their future. In last class, in Conversation Cafe, one student, she missed the class. And she called me back and she said, I missed the class because I discussed it with work. And she slept through our class. I told her, oh, that's okay. But she said, now, from the English language, I can ask for help for my children. And I told her, yeah, like, you can ask, you can go forward. And she said, I'm just single mom. I take care by myself. I saw myself in her. And I told her my story, that I go through similar your situation. And she said, oh, but you are happy. You speak English. I said, you're gonna be through that. Keep doing. And she lived and with hope in her life. And she asked me, I'm gonna go to continue my journey with my kids. And through adult education, every year, I see my story in another women who help, learning, and looking for the better future in their children. Thank you so much for adult education, for Conversation Cafe that helped me to help and help another woman to help continue our future. And I am here now. I'm Samia, I'm new person, I'm happy. Nobody knows what I'm going through. They know just I'm happy, I'm speak English. Thank you.
Thank you, Samia, and everybody who came today. Switching gears a little bit to Jessica Tang, president of the AFT in Massachusetts. Good to see you, Jess.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Jessica Tang, and I am proud to serve as president of AFT Massachusetts, representing over 25,000 teachers, paras, school employees, and librarians. And I'm here this morning for a wonderful occasion, which is to recognize and congratulate the 2026 Teacher of the Year, Tara Goodhue, a United Teachers of Lowell member for the last 3 years. And Dr. Goodhue is an exceptional science teacher known for encouraging her students to understand the importance of environmental conservation. And we are so proud of her as Lowell is a part of the American Federation of Teachers, and are proud of her dedication to both science and students. So thank you for recognizing her this morning as well. It is always wonderful to be able to uplift all of the wonderful things our educators do. Unfortunately, however, I'm also here because public education is under assault, and our cities and towns across the state are figuring out how they move forward in the wake of a fiscal crisis brought on in large part to even a $120 million cut in federal spending for our schools. The Mass Municipal Association also recently outlined the fiscal cliff so many of our districts are facing right now, and our schools are really struggling to figure out how to continue to support all of our students in our schools. And the degree to which the state invests in and supports our public school students and communities will have a lasting impact in our collective future as a Commonwealth. So we represent a number of educators, staff, and schools in a number of the gateway cities and communities that are being most harmed. For example, Chelsea, Lawrence, Lynn, Fall River, Lowell, of course, New Bedford, and more. Just some examples of what we're facing due to a particularly decline in enrollment as well because of the chilling effect on the current federal immigration mass deportation policies. We have seen over and over again that attendance is down and enrollment also is down, and the fear is pervasive. In Chelsea, for example, we're facing a 10% drop in enrollment, which would be a loss of 5.7 million. Lynn facing potential shortfall of 9.4 million with enrollment drops, and Boston down 1,700 students over the last year. That's potential 15 $50 million shortfall. This would be catastrophic for some of our largest and neediest communities serving low-income students. And so we are asking how we can partner and how the state can intervene, like it did, for example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, to support districts facing enrollment disruptions and other fiscal crises. We believe that it is incumbent on each district facing these enrollment disruptions to be able to apply for funding, like they did during the pandemic, would help to create a soft landing and support our schools. Lastly, I do want to share that we understand that Up Academy, Holland, and Dearborn STEM Academy will be returned to local control today. We want to thank you all for that recommendation, thank the commissioner for that. We believe that we will continue, our educators at the Boston Teachers Union are super committed to continuing to ensure that all the things that our students and parents and educators love about the school continue, and are committed to continuing to support that school. So thank you again, and we look forward to helping to commit to helping them thrive. Thank you so much this morning.
Thank you. Next up, I'd like to call Daisy Stanley, a parent.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, and thank you to the members of the board for this opportunity to speak. My name is Daisy Stanley, and I'm a parent of 2 children currently attending Up Academy Holland. My daughter started at Up Academy Holland when she was entering K2 and now is in the 4th grade. My son just started attending the school this school year and is currently in K2. I currently work with Boston Public School as a parent partner, and I have been on the Up Academy Parent Council for the last 3 years. I understand that the school is potentially exiting receivership, and I'm here to give my public comment that although this is a good thing and we want to celebrate that the school has gotten better and has this opportunity, I want to express that it has gotten better because of the supports that are in place from the Up Academy network. I want to speak to the fact that the staff gets to have weekly coaching that has helped them not only help themselves as staff members, but it has also been beneficial for us as families. I know that any concerns or issues that I've ever had over the last 5 years of being at Up Academy have been addressed and resolved. I want to also speak to the fact that my child has become more of a scholar because of certain things, like being acknowledged for being Tiger of the Day, where they are being acknowledged for their teamwork, their integrity, their listening, and being a community leader for their classroom. That has actually helped all of the students want to continue to show up and to do their very best. Oh, they even started a student council where they can use their voice to make the school even better. And I know that most schools may have these values, but Up Academy has done a great job of figuring out how to implement these values. There is even a school showcase happening this evening that shows their continuous effort to build family engagement at our school. So although the school may be doing better, I fear that if we lose the services and the supports that we have been getting from Up Academy over the last 10 plus years, that the school could possibly decline and go backwards. I am asking the school committee to consider making sure that if we exit receivership, that the services that the school have been getting stays in place some way, somehow, and that the transition out of this is not just abruptly, but a smooth transition so that it's not a big effect on our students and our community. So I stand before you as a caring and loving parent of this community for myself, but also for all the other parents at Up Academy Holland. I want to thank you all for your time and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Mike Bauer, COO of the Up Education Network. Is Mike here yet? Oh, yeah, Mike. Should I have Mike and Hillary Casson come up? Oh, and Amelia Massoud-Taster, Principal at Up Academy Holland.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Hillary Casson, CEO for Up. Thank you so much for having us and hearing us speak today. Good morning again, Commissioner, members of the board, colleagues. Today's a true celebration. We understand that Up Academy Holland could be exiting receivership, and this is not just a milestone for the school. It's a powerful example of what's possible when BESE, Boston Public Schools, the BTU, and a partner like Up work together with a shared responsibility and purpose grounded in what's best for students in a community. The success that we experienced is rooted in partnership. From the beginning, DESE and UP built this plan together with hope, ideas, and a shared belief about what's possible and necessary for the school community. Boston Public Schools stayed engaged and committed to our work, and UP remained for the long term, even when the work was hard, and it was hard. The alignment is what allowed the school to become a place of learning and joy for our kids. This moment is also deeply personal for me. I began my leadership journey at UP Academy Holland when we opened in 2014 and had the privilege of serving as principal there prior to Amelia. We started with a plan built collaboratively, and like I said, there were bumps. Transformation is hard work, but we stayed because we could see the progress and we knew it was right for our students. Over the past 11 years, the Holland has transformed into a proof point, a school that had been lowest performing to one of the strongest schools in Dorchester and a top-tier school within Boston. This turnaround does not happen by chance. It happens due to work and partnership and is a proof point of what's possible when we come together in this way, and I hope that it can be replicated.
Hi everyone, I'm Amelia Masood-Taster. I'm the principal at UP Academy Holland.
Hi, I'm Selena Ruiz, Director of Operations.
And so we are the school leaders of UP Academy Holland, and we are here today first to celebrate the hard work of our staff, the commitment of our families, and the brilliance of our students. We both started at the school in 2014, and like Hillary said, it has not been a short or easy road, but we are so proud to highlight the growth and success of our school. The fact that what's next is even being discussed for UAH is such a moment of pride. The success we have seen is a result of the hard work from the entire school community, and it was grounded in consistently trying to do what is best for students and for families. Today, we are more committed than ever to seeing the continued success of the school, and we will do whatever it takes for UAH to keep growing and improving. It's a promise that we will see through no matter what happens next. But we are here today to ask that the commissioner and the board ensures that we really take the time to interrogate what has made UAH an anomaly in the receivership landscape. And we ask for the commitment to ensure that those things continue. We know this work is best done in partnership, and we know this work is best done with adequate resources. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Bauer. I'm the COO for Up Education Network. I just want to reiterate that, if exit does happen today, it is truly a celebration and a celebration of partnership. And we know that that exit and how we exit matters a lot. It almost matters as much as how we entered. And unfortunately, we have seen exits happen in the past that did not go very well. When we exited Lawrence abruptly, we saw a dramatic drop in performance the very next year. And I have a personal experience in the military where exiting after being deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, where exits were tragic, and all the hard work that was done disappeared. And I think that context matters here. And also in the recent months, we have seen increase of advocacy for continued success at the Holland. That advocacy comes with emotion, passion, and even discomfort. But it is fueled by uncertainty about what exactly the school will look like moving forward as we plan together what is next. But it all comes from a good place. It reflects how deeply people care about this school, and it is a reflection of what a lot of people in this room have built together for kids and families. We fully commit to working with DESE, Boston Public Schools, and the entire school community, and a lot of people in this room, to ensure that Holland does not lose the progress it has made, but it continues to thrive. We strongly urge that we take our time. A long, thoughtful runway is how we protect students, staff, and the gains that it took more than a decade to achieve. Again, today is really and truly a celebration of partnership, perseverance, and possibility. We are looking forward to honoring that success by moving together carefully, collaboratively, and always in the service of kids. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, I'd like to call Karis McLaughlin. Is Karis here? There she is.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. It's always a nice thing to do. And I do want to wish everybody a happy break. Get rest, because you're going to need it. We have a lot of work to do. So I'm here this morning to talk about school accountability. You know that's one of my favorite topics. And last month when I spoke, I was speaking from a booklet that the MTA had published. And in that conversation, I was speaking to the board as if it was your publication. So I want to apologize for that, because you should always speak to the right audience. And so I've had a minute to think about that. And I can say that I'm deeply concerned about the way in which I see the state moving when it comes to school accountability for children. When I look at a return perhaps to meritocracy, because when I hear about students being measured against themselves and not a group, we get into that conversation, and that's the conversation I hear every day from our administration. And it's a conversation that disturbs me, because not all of us get to where we are because of meritocracy. We get there because of favors. We get there because of families that we come from, the neighborhoods that we live in, or just that we might be accepted a little bit more than others. So it's not always about who does what well. I know of a lot of incompetence in high places, and those people have jobs and they keep them. And then it continues. So today, I have something to share with you quickly. And it's something that was written in 2008. And that comes directly after McDuffie. And I hope that you know in 1993, we determined what good education was in Massachusetts. And if we look at that law again, and Rhoda can tell you lots about it because she wrote wonderful things about this law. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble today. So at any rate, maybe I'm not going to take you down the path since I'm already out of time. So what I do want to tell you is we have everything in this state that we need to make education what it needs to be for children to be successful. And what I want to see us do, and I will continue talking about it until I see it, is I want to see school accountability that takes into account what every single child in this Commonwealth is doing. I don't want to hear that if they're part of a tiny population, they don't count, because that precludes every Metco district that has kids of color. So I don't want to hear those stories about who does not count. As much as we can complain about what we're losing in funding, this state is still greatly resourced. And what I'm asking you to do does not cost any money. It's people resources that you will use your staff in ways that when we look at where kids are, and we look again, year 1, year 2, year 3, that we see measurable growth, and where we don't see growth, we put in what we need to for student and staff improvement. So I thank you for allowing me to speak, and once again, have a safe and happy holiday. Thank you.
Thank you, Karis. And I call up for the last public speaker, Mr. Tyrone Mowat. We have some legislative folks that may want to come, and I always let them speak when they come. But this is the last public commenter. Thank you, Tyrone.
Good morning, Chair Craven, Vice Chair Hill, Secretary Tutwiler, Commissioner Martinez, and members of the board. My name is Tyrone Mowat. For 15 years, I have come before this board advocating for the Commonwealth's advanced students, especially those in our gateway cities and our lower income and rural communities. Today, you will hear Commissioner Martinez present his priorities. I am here to respectfully ask, to implore, that providing support to identify, remediate, and accelerate the Commonwealth's advanced learners be considered a high priority. This is not simply a moral issue, it's an economic issue. Massachusetts competes globally for talent. Our biotech corridor, our healthcare systems, our innovation economy, they require a pipeline of highly skilled professionals. That pipeline does not begin in college. It begins in elementary and middle school with identification, challenge, and acceleration of students that are too often buried and hidden in low-performing schools. Our future talent pipeline is collapsing. Using BESE's own public data, in 2025, fewer than 2,500 Hispanic students statewide achieved exceeding expectations in math. That's out of 100,000 tested. The excellence gap is a Commonwealth issue. Massachusetts, albeit known for its leading educational outcomes, is also known as a leader in the inequities represented by the excellence gap. Fewer than 4,000 low-income students across the Commonwealth's communities were advanced in math out of nearly 175,000 tested. These are not percentages, these are actual children, and this is our future talent pool. The pool is shrinking. 85% of the decline since 2019 is due to failing performance, not enrollment or demographics. My research, presented to the board for over a decade, was validated by the state's own 2019 ANSEL report reported to the legislature. The key finding: advanced lower-income students lose ground year after year, not because they lack ability, but because the system fails to challenge them. Under Commissioner Riley, we began to act. There were investments, there was attention. The question now is whether this progress will be sustained and expanded. Commissioner Martinez, I hope your priorities will include two actions. First, create grant programs for summer and after-school enrichment so motivated and advanced students in cities and towns like Lawrence, Springfield, Brockton, Holyoke, and Pittsfield have access to remediation and acceleration alternatives so they can be prepared for the competitive global future ahead. Second, we must engage our high school students in the real world of work as soon as freshman year. Our kids all across the Commonwealth need jobs that will help them grow in their professional and work-related skills. We now have evidence-based models that work, but without leadership from the commissioner, without a clear signal that this population matters, they will not be supported. I have been coming to this board since 2010. I would like to know before I am done that the Commonwealth finally acted for the children in communities like the ones I serve and the one that I came from. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comment period. I would just have a couple of comments. Number one, I want to thank everybody who showed up today from the Student Ambassador Program, because that was really an uplifting presentation, and it's nice to hear a thank you and acknowledgement of the good work that DESE's doing. The second thing, and I know the Commissioner is going to get to this in his comments and his discussion, but I did visit the Up Academy Holland on Friday, and part of the reason for that was that I've been on this board long enough that the Up Academy Holland, under receivership 10 years ago, was actually failing under the receivership. And I remember having conversations at this board meeting about the strategies that were failing kids at the school that the commissioner had put in place. And some of those were excessive punishments, some of those were excessive suspensions and things like that. And when I met with the folks at the school on Friday, we talked about that. And it shows a lot of progress to say, hey, we pivoted from one strategy to another, and the strategy that we have in place is yielding results. And so, my concern just as a board is that we're always here, we're never owning a district, just like at the school building authority. I never owned a school, right? So you figure out how to work with the districts in the best way that you can to implement best practices. And I know the commissioner is going to talk about this, but in terms of not losing the progress, the investment, and making sure that the transition is smooth is something that we should all really be mindful of as a board. I think it was the principal, Amelia, who said, interrogate what has made this work. And again, it's up to us as we sit here and we hear from people from the public, we see things in the districts, we see things from the DESE staff, that as we interrogate what has actually made certain programs work, it gives us the confidence to move forward and actually support those things with Commissioner Martinez as well. So I just wanted to make that comment because it was really remarkable to see the level of coaching, the level of engagement that was going on at that school, which really wasn't, and it was a renovated school in 2005 that I talked to Mayor Menino about. That was my first contact with the Holland. And so now I see this sort of progression, and I just don't want to see us lose the progress for that. And I know you don't either. So having said that, I will turn my microphone over to Secretary Tutwiler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will make a point to be brief this morning, or try to anyway. And first name that I don't typically comment on, reflect on, respond to public comment, but I'm going to depart from that this morning and just share how heartening the stories were that were shared by the adult learners here this morning. We talk a lot about our work as creating the conditions for people to realize their dreams, and I think this morning we heard in no uncertain terms that is happening for those individuals, and that does not happen by happenstance or by luck, serendipity. It happens because of the hard work of people who are leading that effort, and so I will shout out Yvonne Stevens-Carter, the state director for adult education. I also want to just name the energy level that those learners brought, the applause after each speaker. That is also something that we don't typically experience here. So you all are welcome to come back every month. Second thing I'll do, just quickly, while I'm on the topic of creating the conditions for people to realize their dreams. Later in the agenda, we'll celebrate the Massachusetts Teacher of the Year. I had the opportunity to join the commissioner at Lowell High School a couple of weeks ago to celebrate Dr. Goodhue. I will just say briefly, congratulations. I just saw Dr. Goodhue walk in. We were in a gymnasium at Lowell High full of students, of teachers, representatives from her previous school at Greater Lowell. It's just a wonderful celebration of the incredible work that she does, so I will congratulate her. The final thing, on a number of occasions over the course of the past year, I have highlighted the administration's commitment to expanding access to career technical education. That commitment came to fruition in a $100 million investment in expansion. $60 million of that is allocated for a new grant program for capital improvements and other initiatives necessary to build and expand pathway seats in CTE schools. The funding will support grants to individual schools in the amount of $2.5 to $5 million for the expansion and modernization of lab space. We project this funding could add close to 3,000 new seats for high schools, not to mention increased opportunities for adult training through the Career Tech Initiative. I'm pleased to share that this initiative has taken root and the response has been significant. Over 40 applicants in the amounts that double that which was allocated for this initiative, so we know there's an appetite there. We look forward to celebrating the grant awards next month. That is all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Commissioner?
Can I just,
Oh, sorry,
I
Vice Chair.
just wanted to make one comment, because that's wonderful. When you say 40 applicants, you're talking about 40 schools, not.
Correct.
And just a comment, it's a great start that the administration is off to, kind of with the funding, terrific kind of initial results. As the inevitable financial tightening occurs across most states, especially ours, stick with it, because you're providing really badly needed opportunities that you all stepped up to provide for in terms of increased seats. And while it was part of the whole admissions criteria discussion, it was a standalone, really excellent initiative that you all did. So thank you. Stick with it.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Craven and Secretary Tutwiler, for your comments. I will try to keep my comments brief, although there's a lot here, because I'll also be presenting later during the regular portion of the agenda. So first, since we last met in November, I continue my listening tour around the Commonwealth. I'm beginning to get a hang of the geography, although I still wonder where I'm at every time I'm traveling through the Commonwealth. Just a few weeks ago, BESE convened 63 districts and 94 schools to recognize and celebrate their academic achievement. These were districts and schools that had seen academic growth and actually started to meet or exceed pre-pandemic levels. And so just a lot of amazing energy. The weather was not great, especially at the beginning of that week, but even with that weather, we had a great attendance, and I want to just extend my sincere appreciation for the BESE team, whose dedication and thoughtful planning really ensures success of these meetings. Board members, there was teachers, there was school leaders, we had superintendents, but the energy was just so high. They were sharing practices with each other, and I love the fact that we had Lexington in the room, along with Lawrence, along with Boston, along with Springfield. I mean, it was just, I don't know when's the last time we had that kind of convening, and of course, rural and urban and all there. So today, I know we've heard a lot from public comment about accountability decisions. So the reason that is, everybody, is that this is our typical time frame when we announce accountability decisions. Specifically today, we're going to talk about schools. So let me just, so again, at the recent academics, so going back to our event where we were celebrating our schools and districts, we learned about the school success stories around the Commonwealth. The experience was uplifting, and frankly, it gave me more urgency to motivate and motivation to advance our work so that all children in Massachusetts have access to amazing environments that can support them in reaching high levels of academic success. One of our speakers said, we have, so much talent and intellectual richness in our community, in our Commonwealth. The answers are here in the Commonwealth. I mean, we don't have to look elsewhere. And I got to see exemplary schools in many of our communities and especially working with children that are furthest from opportunity. And of course, our challenge is, how do we go to scale? How do we create more of them? On this note, I'm privileged again to have the opportunity to recognize efforts of 3 school communities that have put themselves on a path toward becoming sustained models of school success. So today, I'm pleased to announce that 2 schools are exiting their state designations as underperforming schools, and these schools are the Mary L. Fonseca Elementary School in Fall River. By the way, phonics in Massachusetts is no joke. For all our English learners, so adults, it's even that much harder to learn in Massachusetts here. Just gonna say it. As well as, Fonseca, right? Fonseca Elementary School in Fall River. I almost want to say Fonseca, pero Fonseca. And also the Dearborn STEM Academy in Boston. So I'd like to invite the members of the board who are joining us in this meeting to congratulate the students, families, teachers, staff, leaders, and community surrounding these rising schools. My teams at BESE have been sharing details of these schools' successful turnaround journeys with me, and I'd like to highlight a few points that reflect our agency's vision for all students engaging in learning experiences that have real-world experience and include individualized supports for students that need to excel. And the Fonseca, thank you. The Fonseca School in Fall River is making significant progress in improving all academic outcomes for multilingual learners. And this is an area we know is a huge challenge for our Commonwealth. Through strong collaboration and shared leadership among the educators to fulfill the school's instructional priorities. We actually need to learn more about our schools that are demonstrating these strong professional cultures so we can help more students attain the essential condition for school success. Dearborn STEM Academy in Boston has been transformed from a traditional middle school to a 6th to 12th grade centered school in a state-of-the-art facility featuring 3 career pathways in computer science, engineering, and advanced manufacturing, and health and life sciences. All these programs are aligned to industry skills and standards to include early college and internship experiences for Dearborn students. These are the type of future-oriented, real-world learning experiences that we aspire to bring all Massachusetts students through our educational vision and the work of our state graduation council. I know that's something you share, Secretary. And now I'm pleased to announce that the Upper Academy in Holland, Boston, is exiting state receivership at the end of the school year. My team has been working. My team has been working with the school, the district, to understand the resources, systems, and structures that have led to this success. So we're taking that advice, Chairwoman, as you said. And before this exit is finalized, and this is really important, everybody, under my authority as commissioner, my team will be working with the superintendent to develop a plan called Exit Assurances. I expect the plan will maintain essential flexibilities, autonomies, and that the district will commit the necessary resources as the school transitions back to local control. The department will monitor these exit insurances in relation to a set of academic milestones and benchmarks. Again, I want to thank all of the members of the school community who came to speak during today's public comment period. Congratulations to the school, leaders, staff, family, and students on this significant milestone. And again, everybody, coming into receivership is not easy, and I know in our Commonwealth, but by the way, coming out, I mean, again, we really have to celebrate that. The decision to exit Up Academy Holland from state leadership recognizes the significant improvements that the school has made across all key areas of concern highlighted in its original 2014 turnaround plan. So I think that there's another lesson here that we got to take, is that this is long-term work. This is not work that happens very quickly. But through the perseverance and commitment of Up Academy Holland students, families, staff, leaders, and partners, the school has strengthened its practices in academic, social, and emotional supports for students. The Up Academy Holland school leaders have used their autonomies under the receivership to create immersed career learning experiences for all their 6th grade students in partnership with local employers. Along with its partners in the Up Education Network, Up Academy Holland is aiming to give all students a sustained, meaningful exposure to multiple fields for work through middle school. I think about the work we're doing with the Grad Council, Secretary. This is exactly our vision. As we continue to know our middle and high school, as I continue to get to know our middle and high school students across the Commonwealth, I see so much potential for expanding these early college and career opportunities to reach more of our youth, especially those from traditionally marginalized communities. You'll be hearing more about this as we continue to share information about the department's future or the department's strategic priorities. Again, I would like to commend all 3 of these school communities for the hard work they put in turning around their improvement trajectories. Lastly, there are additional, so let's stop here and just give applause to these 3 schools, everybody. There's a lot of challenges in our Commonwealth, but I really believe there's just so much hard work happening, and we always need to stop and just celebrate that hard work. And lastly, there are still additional schools, board members in the underperforming status that I have reviewed carefully and determined that their improvements are not yet where we want them to be. So we will continue their current designations, but as always, we'll continue to reassess and we will continue to work with them to make sure that we see progress this year, and we'll continue to assist them as they continue in their school improvement plans. And then the last comment, Board Chair, is that at our meeting in October, the board voted to waive the November 1st deadline for charter schools that couldn't submit their audits on time due to the delay in federal guidance. Fortunately, because the government did reopen, on November 25th, the Federal Office of Management and Budget issued the guidance that audit firms needed to complete the federal portion of their annual financial audits. With the release of this federal guidance, the department has notified charter schools, virtual schools, and educational collaboratives that they will be able to meet the January 1st deadline for submission for their annual audits. And those are my final comments, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hills?
Just one comment on something on the agenda under other items for information, so I'll make the comment now. You had the advisory committee reports. There was also the Data Advisory Commission, and I thought they were very polite, very professional in the way they said certain things, but it brings me back to the conversation we had earlier in the fall and my reaction to the Student Opportunity Act report that you're required to do. And whether it was the data wasn't available, the specifications in the RFP weren't right, whatever, essentially we kind of found out if you spend more money on districts that aren't spending as much as higher expenditure districts, the gap will close in expenditures. Like, that's not terrific information. As things inevitably tighten over the next few years, having been on a school committee during recessions, I can tell you it's not pleasant. It would be great to hear at some point as we go forward the next step for whether you're going to recommission a report or do something in order to follow your obligation, but also good policy, which is what's working and what's not working. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of work that Tom Kane did. I realize it doesn't track exactly to this, but that's going to be really helpful information as the next few years unfold with all the financial consequences that come with it. Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, and absolutely, Vice Chair Hill, you know, as later in the agenda we present the agency's priorities, one thing that I hope that you hear is we are trying to go deeper at what's happening in our schools and our districts, and I'll just bring data that we've shared before about just where our struggles are at, and of course, also understanding the role of resources, because there has to be alignment of resources. So hopefully we'll get a chance to talk a little bit more as we talk about priorities, and also, of course, you know, we also are raising the bar, you know, as we talk about recommendations for grad standards. So I think we have to do both. We have to raise the bar and expect more, and at the same time understand the role of resources, especially in today's complex environment.
If I may.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm glad that you brought up that report, Vice Chair, because I was also looking at it, and it seems like only meeting twice and only having one LEA representative did not seem sufficient. And so given how much time districts spend on those SOA reports and how much resources they need to put into that, even the districts that don't get a lot of funding, I found that lacking compared to some of these advisory reports that are done that have lots of LEA representation, and they meet at least 4 times a year. I mean, I saw the Student Advisory Council met like 9 or 10 times a year. So I think there's a difference with what we can expect and some of the outputs, because we do need more information about how to make this funding effective, or we need to not ask districts to do so much work, because if the information isn't being used, then why ask them to report?
Yeah, no, I hear you. Thank you. Thank you, Member Smitty.
I think to your point, Member Smitty, we are going to have a conversation just about the advisory councils in general, because that's one of our observations is that it gets relegated to an appendix and never discussed.
Yes.
And I think one of the things Commissioner Martinez and I have been talking about is even 10 years ago, the advisory councils would come before the board and have a discussion and a dedicated time on the agenda. And so to have some of that return to the agenda is important, I think, to us, because it's either, to your point, not worth, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I learned a phrase from Secretary Tutwiler a while ago. So it's either worth it to do it or it's not, but it shouldn't be in the netherworld of nowhere, right?
And it seems like some of these reports are robust. Like I know that, Dr. McGuire is here. She runs the CTE Advisory Council. I'd like to hear more.
Good.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's a note for the chair for future agenda space, right?
Thank you.
Even Monday nights.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, even the day before would be a great space.
Yes.
That's good. And then just one last thing, Commissioner, just to be clear, because we've heard a lot about the exit and the importance of the exit. Are the autonomies part of the autonomies that were gained? So when a school goes back to the district, right, and certain cultures and practices are in the district that sort of created the need for them to be taken out of the district to begin with, does your exit assurance include some sort of cultural and autonomy assurances that the district can live with?
Yeah, so that really is the goal, Chairwoman Craven. Again, understanding what is it that's helping the school be successful, and that's inclusive of resources, staffing models, autonomies. And so that really is the goal, and that is part of the authority that we have as an agency, is that when we release either a district or a school for at least 2 years, we can require assurances. And again, this is done in partnership, so again, it's not meant to be, in any way, it really isn't, and I really was, I was really grateful to see Jessica, the leader of AFT, who I also got a chance to talk to Eric, the head of BTU, that this is really going to be a partnership together, including with UP. And so I am actually fairly confident. I know that there's a lot of anxiety and just like I said, it just, again, we lean into complexity here in our Commonwealth because just last month I was having conversations with other communities because we extended their receiverships, and then I also had to have conversations with other communities where we're extending classifications of schools. And so we're trying to make sure that we have the right balance because, frankly, we know that there's a lot of pride and ownership at the local level for these schools, and so, but it is our intention to try to ensure that that success continues. And what I've heard consistently from everyone, whether you heard the team today, our union leadership, the superintendent, everybody has that same intention. And so again, I wasn't here in the past with other decisions, but at least right now, as I'm in this moment, I feel fairly, cautiously optimistic that we can do that.
Good, because clarity in those exit discussion, clarity on the specific strategies in the exit certificate is an important tool, leaving nothing to chance, having always said that contracts were my best friend at the school building authority, so.
Yeah, I just want to add that as we're talking about doing it in partnership, the exiting, to also, the pattern that I have seen is that when schools are, transferred to the control to the state, you see an increase in engagement of parents, right? And then you kind of see that dip again. So as we're talking about doing collaboratively and in partnership to also ensure and make sure how do we keep that parent engagement, because that is really a key to the success of the school and the students
Absolutely.
as well.
Thank you for that feedback, board member. Absolutely.
And I think those are the sorts of things that could be specified in your exit document as a metric.
Well,
right?
exactly. We're going to have milestones. Exactly. That's what I was going to say. We'll have metrics as well that we'll be monitoring. And again, it's at least for the first 2 years, and then it can always be extended if needed. Yep.
Okay.
So we're going to go
Moving
to
on
agenda one item, Chairwoman. So sorry, but I
Wait a minute, hold on. I need to do the minutes.
Yep. Oh, please, sorry.
So could I call for a motion on the approval of the minutes from the regular meeting, November 18th?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion, corrections? Yes, Vice Chair?
Well, I just want to make one comment. It's not a correction. I promise I'm not going to comment every single item on the agenda. But the minutes are correct, but I want to just point out last meeting, we had this, what I thought was a really, really good conversation about teacher licensure and follow-up. And it was really interesting for me to kind of be sitting here at first. Marty says something, then Christina, then Erica's nodding her head and says something, then Kristen, and the whole board's like, this was a really good, robust conversation. The next step was a request that before changes come back to the board for a vote, that we have a separate board conversation, whether that's a Monday night meeting. It's not a 10-minute update in advance of a vote, but there was some serious issues raised, and I'm sitting there listening to kind of folks who are out in the field in educational leadership positions raising the issues. So I just want to make sure that stays on the radar screen, not asking to change anything in the minutes.
When is that coming back? Sorry.
So I believe that's coming back. I believe we said.
So we have January or February that we
Yes,
could
yes.
get
The
the
comment
update?
period is happening right now, and then it's going to be coming February, March. And we said we could extend it depending on, and we have several things, as you know, that are right now getting very serious recommendations for regulations that are out there for public comment. That we said if we need to extend time, but at a minimum, having special meetings with the board members so you really hear the feedback, because these are some pretty heavy topics.
So just as an agenda note for January, then maybe that's the right time?
So we're looking probably at February or March, Chairwoman, because again, we're in the comment period right now.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
Duly noted on the minutes. Okay, all in favor? Oh, wait, hold on. Prasanna, did you have a question?
No, I don't have a question, but I think we had talked about maybe a presentation on ed prep programs in general and more broadly, perhaps before that.
Yes, and we can do that for next month.
Good.
I
this is all Vice Chair, he raised it, so. But I would encourage.
I own it then.
I would encourage the commissioner and the team to look at the National Council on Teacher Quality.
Yeah.
They have a rating for Massachusetts. It is not good. And so as we are thinking about this critical topic, it really, if I put on my former hat, that report really mapped out the path that we needed to follow engaging this conversation. And so I do want to underscore that I would like to have a more robust conversation on the topic.
Okay, I have heard this. Thank you. All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Minutes have passed. On to the first agenda item now, Massachusetts Teacher of the Year. Commissioner, take it away.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So again, we're thrilled to announce that Dr. Tara Goodhue, a science teacher and department head at Lowell High School, she's been named the 2026 Massachusetts Teacher of the Year. I'd like to invite Dr. Goodhue to the table, accompanied by Caitlin Haposia from our Educator Effectiveness team. Please, Dr. Goodhue. So, board members, this year we received 214 nominations and 72 applications, and of course we have, I believe, almost 80,000 teachers across Massachusetts. So we had panels from BESE and previous Teachers of the Year with the help of the Teacher Collaborative that narrowed down the list to 8 semifinalists and then 4 finalists. The Teacher of the Year program honors a licensed pre-K-12 high school, pre-K-12 public school teacher who exemplifies outstanding teaching, who contributes significantly to student learning and well-being, employs student-centered and innovative instructional practices, and demonstrates leadership within and beyond the classroom. Dr. Goodhue, I can positively say, embodies these qualities through her exceptional work at Lowell High School, where she immerses students in scientific inquiry and demonstrates that nature can be observed and studied even in urban environments. Her collaborations with the Harvard Forest, Mass Audubon, and the National Park Services and other organizations provide students with access to authentic scientific experiences. Beyond her work in the classroom, she serves as the adjunct faculty member at the University of Massachusetts Lowell, a curriculum design and science she's a curriculum design and science communication consultant with Fort Hill Consulting, and a mentor with the Harvard Forest Schoolyard Ecology Program. She's also a member of the Lowell Nature Everywhere team through the Children in Nature Network. You're pretty busy, Dr. Goodhue, and we're planning to board members to have our annual event to celebrate all of our honored educators at Devon's in May. We'll notify. This is where we bring all the finalists together, and we'll notify board members and hope that you're able to attend. But again, let's give a warm welcome to our 2026 Teacher of the Year.
So hi, I'm Tara, and I'm deeply honored and humbled and a little shocked to be sitting here today. I want to begin by extending my sincere thanks to Commissioner Martinez and Secretary Tutwiler and the State Teacher of the Year Committee for trusting me with this incredible honor. Thank you to Jackie, Reese, and Caitlin for supporting me every step of the way. I'm so fortunate to collaborate with you and really look forward to our year working together. Jessica Tang, thank you for being here today and for all of the tireless work you do for students and teachers across the state. And thank you to all of you for inviting me here and for everything you do to support students across Massachusetts. So thank you. So I am a true Massachusetts person. I was born at Lowell General Hospital and in the city where I have spent my entire career teaching. I attended Chelmsford Public Schools and then went on to Clark University where I studied biology as an undergraduate. My mother was a teacher and I grew up in and around her classroom, attending school events, correcting multiple choice papers, which is a classic teacher's kid move, and I'm passing that on. My fiance has an 11-year-old, he loves correcting for me. I'm like, well, we're not gonna use the red pen today, it's a little harsh. So sometimes I went to school with my mom when I had a snow day, and I'm dating myself here, but one of her school computers had the game Oregon Trail on it. I don't know if any of you remember, but it was pretty exciting for me. While I was a student at Clark, probably inspired by my mother, I enrolled in a course, I looked it up on my transcript last night. It was EduC 152, Urban Schooling. That class ended up being a significant turning point for me. I was deeply influenced by the work of Jonathan Kozol, and my eyes were open to the surfeit of problems facing education in America. And I really felt called to make a difference. After graduation, I found my way back to Lowell, partly lured by the reasonable rent at my parents' house, and pursued a master's degree in teaching at UMass Lowell. I worked as a teaching assistant at the Bartlett Middle School, and that's where I really fell in love with the job. When I attended my first job fair after I finished my master's, I was disheartened by the fact that there were long lines of prospective teachers outside Concord Carlisle and my own alma mater, Chelmsford Public Schools, the wealthier districts, and schools like Lowell and Lawrence really didn't have any potential teachers. At that point, I knew I wanted to work in an urban district. I wanted to follow in my mother's footsteps, and that's where I met somebody from Greater Lowell Tech, and the rest is history. I've spent 18 years working both at Greater Lowell Tech and Lowell High, and I've loved every second. But something that I can say now after teaching for 18 years is that I have learned far more from my students than they have learned from me. My students are resilient, they're strong, they're incredibly creative, they're funny, they crack me up every day. You never know what they're gonna come out with. And they're so curious about the world around them. They have hope, and they wanna make a difference. When you bring 17 and 18-year-old kids outside into nature, it's like bringing them into a time machine to their early childhood. Students who are clutching their phones and doing what I tease them about to their horror, tick-tocking in the hallways. They're delighted to see that there's red-tailed hawks living among us. There's rabbit tracks in the snow next to the parking garage at Lowell High. On the bark of trees, there's a fascinating organism that I always liken to point out. It's called lichen. A partnership between algae and fungus. They laugh at me every time. The joke. Nice thing about teaching, especially if you have 5 classes, you get to tell the same joke 5 times in a day, you know? And I make myself laugh at least. So, to anyone who feels despair about the current generation, I'd like to invite you to Lowell High School. Our students led the effort to bring recycling back to the building. They educate their community, often in their native languages, about mercury levels in fish from the Merrimack River through their participation in the Dragonfly Mercury Project. They can point out the trees on campus with funny pieces of yarn on them where they track Lowell's growing season through the Harvard Forest Schoolyard Ecology Program. And we've been collecting that data for 15 years, and we're starting to see meaningful trends. Shout out to Sally Farrow from Mass Audubon for all of her support with that project. As educators, we face enormous challenges as we work to prepare students for a rapidly changing world, one that presents serious and complex problems. It's really easy to feel overwhelmed. But as both an environmentalist and an educator, I am committed to spreading a message of hope. The Kenyan activist and scientist Wangari Maathai tells a powerful story in the documentary Dirt about a hummingbird in a forest fire. As the fire rages, all of the animals are frozen with fear. But then they notice a small hummingbird flying back and forth between the river and the flames, carrying a single drop of water in its tiny beak and dropping it on the fire. The other animals laugh at the hummingbird and they say, "What do you think you're doing? Your wings are too small. Your beak is tiny. You can only carry one drop at a time." But the hummingbird, without missing a beat, turns and says, "I am doing the best I can," and continues bringing the water back and forth to the fire. In the face of the challenges we encounter as educators, all we can do is be the hummingbird. We cannot stand frozen as the forest burns. We must do the best we can every day for our students. When I was writing these remarks last night, I looked up what a group of hummingbirds was called. It's called a charm of hummingbirds. Isn't that so sweet? Much better than a murder of ravens, which is a true story. If we as educators form a charm of hummingbirds here in Massachusetts and combine the power of all our tiny little beaks, then there's no limit to the change we can create for our students. As the 2026 Massachusetts State Teacher of the Year, one of my crazy ideas that I hope to bring to life is a Lowell Fishing Derby. I envision connecting, it's inspired maybe by the river and the mercury pollution maybe, but it'll be catch and release. There won't be a fish fry after. I envision connecting students with local community leaders and anglers, maybe Mass Fish and Game, perhaps a sponsor like Cabela's, who give us some fishing poles, to teach them how to fish and build meaningful connections outdoors. I want to go into the community, find people who know how to fish, and connect them with our kids. The idea came to me one day during lunch duty, when I was standing at my post. I thought, well, how about I bring a fishing pole and mix things up a little bit in the canal here outside Lowell High School. There's catfish. The kids like to drop pieces of pizza in, and the small fish come up first, and then it's a bigger fish, and then the big carp comes, and that's always exciting. So the kids, when I brought the fishing pole, they were drawn to it like a magnet. They were excited, they were curious, they were fully engaged. And it was kids, it wasn't the typical kids who go to all of the National Honor Society and the sports. It was kids from around the world. I had a student who had just come from Brazil fishing with me, another student from Vietnam, and we were all able to share in the joy in the hunt, or the fish. I'm not really sure what you call it, but it was just a magical moment. So that's kind of what got the idea going for me a few years ago. I believe initiatives like this offer powerful alternative ways to connect students who may otherwise feel disengaged and to help see themselves as capable, curious, and connected members of their community. Thank you again for this tremendous honor and for your continued commitment to the students and educators in Massachusetts.
Well, Dr. Goodhue, you were amazing. I didn't know if any members of the board wanted to, but congratulations from all of us. Any members want to speak? Dr. Fisher.
So I'm biased because I don't think I taught you, but I taught that class at Clark.
Oh my goodness.
Probably
awesome.
at some point, and possibly, which is terrifying for me. But I just want to say that I was re-energized listening to you. And I am an educator and love it, love it, love it. And your humor and your clear passion and love for it resonates with me. And it's nice to see a kindred spirit. And I just appreciate you. I appreciate you for all the children of the Commonwealth and all the mothers of the Commonwealth who have our kids in these schools. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Grant?
Oh, let's go back to school. Will you be my teacher? I think a couple of things. One, I wonder how the department amplifies like her voice and story. I think we tell ourselves a disheartening narrative about our teacher crisis, our teacher quality, et cetera, et cetera. But every single part of your journey plays out in the lives of our children. And I think as we want to plant intentional seeds about students who decide that they want to enter the profession, they need to see as many stories, images, etc., around just how beautiful this journey can be for your mom, for you, for your children. For many families, it is intergenerational. And so I do wonder how we tell that story. And then I just offer to get them to make a TikTok about fishing and then post it and then tag these companies because...
Great idea.
No, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's awesome.
I have a 16-year-old. I make TikToks. None of you will ever see them.
Now I'm curious.
But it's such an amazing, it's been very interesting to see how you can bridge what they're passionate about and their interest in learning. And so I also wonder who else can help support, get this fishing club started. And truly, thank you. Enjoy every single part of this year. It's an honor to know that you'll be representing the Commonwealth on the journey. And I hope that you're going to go for National Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
Member Mohammed?
I just want to say thank you and echo the comments of my colleagues on the board. But I love that you're taking kids out in nature. And the idea that you can find nature anywhere, even next to a parking garage, it's so fundamentally important for adults and for children both. And it's great to hear you talking about different partners in the state. I do a lot of stuff with Mass Audubon and their education program, so it's terrific that those resources are being used in schools as well. But thank you for going outside and taking kids outside.
Member Harsha.
Thank you. I too want to say thank you. And if you could have a face for high standards, not high stakes, I think your face should be on it, because it pains me every time I hear students talk about how it's not fun to learn anymore, right? And to hear your sense of humor, it definitely warms my heart. And to know that there is still, like, we can still have joy in learning, and our students should be experiencing that. And as you were talking about telling the story 5 times, different classes, there are teachers of my children that I haven't met, but I know them because of the stories, and I know how fun it is for students to learn through joy. So I really appreciate you. Thank you and congrats.
Thank
Congratulations. Any other comments? Well, we have our photograph with you, Dr. Goodhue, as a board, if that's okay. And also, I think we have a recap at the end of the year, right, where we talk
In May.
we talk to you in May about your experiences and what you've learned and what we can sort of learn from you on this journey as well. So we're really so thrilled, and thank you for everything you do. I learned something about lichen that I won't forget today. So when I take a picture. We're gonna get the show back going here. So our next topic is our update on public adult education in Massachusetts.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. As we know, our public adult education program is an essential part of the Commonwealth's education and workforce system. Each year, our Office of Adult and Community Learning Services in BESE supports over 27,000 adult learners who benefit from a statewide network of community-based programs that provide instruction in English language learning, high school credential attainment, and college and career readiness. This work has had a tremendous impact in strengthening our educational and economic opportunities for Massachusetts residents, and we saw some amazing examples today. I'm excited to invite Yvonne Stevens-Carter, Associate Commissioner of Adult and Community Learning Service, to share the highlights of this important work, and we also have our Deputy Commissioner, Rob Curtin.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll turn it over to Yvonne quickly, but I do just wanted to start off by saying I had the opportunity to begin working with Yvonne and the Adult Community Learning Services Unit starting in July. And I think it really was a learning expedition for me. I have to, even in being here 20 plus years, I really started from a place of, and I said this to Yvonne many, many times, I needed to learn about what the group did and all the programs that it administered. And I think you all had the opportunity this morning to see some of the wonderful people that it serves, and it's really, truly been an honor to work with Yvonne and her group. So I hope today you really come away with this a flavor of the various programming that the group does to support our adult learners throughout the Commonwealth. So with that, I'm happy to turn it over to Yvonne to walk us through the presentation.
Thank you, Rob, and I want to say thank you to Chair Craven and the Commissioner and Secretary Tutwiler, as well as the Vice Chair, Matt Hill. I think that's the way you're supposed to do it. And to all the other members of the board here. There was one thing that a couple of the students forgot to say, and as is my practice, they get to say.
Well, good morning again. I introduce myself in my formal language, es español. Muy buenos días a todos. Realmente para mí es un placer estar aquí. El año pasado participé con BESE y fue una experiencia maravillosa. Muchas gracias. Mi nombre es César Carela y vengo desde Chicopee.
Oi, bom dia. Meu nome é Jodi. Meu sinal é esse. Good morning. My name is Jody, and my sign language signal is this. Nice to meet you.
السلام عليكم، اسمي سامي عمران، أنا من ليبيا وأنا سعيدة جدا لأنني بيناتكم الآن. إن شاء الله حتعطونا شوية من support. So I said, I am Sami Amran, I'm from Libya. I'm so happy to be with you guys. We're looking for funding, we're looking for some money for our
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me that opportunity to do that. Terry, you inspired me with your jokes and with your humor and keeping it real. And one of the things that we talk about in our program is that our students are not only English speakers, that many of them speak multiple languages, of which you heard 3, and there's probably about 5 more in the room. So as I give you a quick snapshot of what adult education is and how we work here, one of the things that really stands out to me is that as a part of the department, we work in parallel on our initiatives and in the things that we do. DESE primarily, what you hear most of the time is about the work that's happening in the K through 12 system, and what you get to hear today is what we are doing in our public adult education work through the Adult and Community Learning Services. We too work with in every aspect that that the department works in, and then we apply that to our adult learners. So, who do we serve? You heard them, their voices. We serve students who are looking for their high school equivalency. Many of our programs offer adult diploma programs. We work with immigrants, native English speakers, parents, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, people who are navigating a host of realities. Many of our students we also work with who are in the corrections facilities as well as when they exit in our reentry programs. So we touch a very diverse group of people in the work that we do. This slide, I'm not going to really pay attention to all the slides, but all those little blue dots will kind of serve as programs that are located throughout the Commonwealth who provide a host of these various services. I'm going to speak primarily about 2 or 3 of our primary programs, but our core programs is where we talk about serving over 27,000 programs. We also serve additional students in many other programs like our transitions to college and our training for employment, as well as our one-to-one tutoring that happens in communities. So this is just a slide that tells you and shows you the enrollment of our program, and this again is in our core programming. And I know that we often refer to the pandemic year. You can see our little dip there. And then how we have quickly recovered and even excelled in the amount of students that we have been teaching and touching over the last few years. Really proud of that, and I think that speaks to the strength of our programs and their ability to adapt and be flexible, because that's what they do all day, every day. If we break down the numbers into students who are coming to learn more English, these could be professionally trained individuals from their home country. They could be coming here seeking asylum or any number of reasons, but we serve proportionately a great deal of people who are here to learn English. And then when you look at the orange line, those are the students who are coming to obtain their high school equivalency credential or who have not reached 12th grade reading levels, even though they have a credential, and they're here to increase their skill sets. We like colors, and we like to talk about, give you information about the age demographic. We don't just serve any one age group. You can see through this presentation, the blue, which I think would be interesting to many of you, is the students that we serve who are 16 to 18. Most of those are leaving high school and coming to our programs, and then it increases. The largest group of students that we serve are 25 to 39-year-olds. Many of those still have touched our K through 12 system, but we know that when students leave elementary educations, that they don't often return to school as soon as they leave. I think it's whatever. So this is the age group, and then this is the breakdown by race and ethnicity. The largest portion of our students that we serve are Hispanic, and then followed by Black Americans, as well as Asians, white, and multiracial students. These bars on the line will tell you one thing, but I think the story that we hear often is that our classes are filled with very diverse learners who come from very diverse places and bring very diverse stories. Many of our students are highly capable and highly intelligent and know so much more. And as the Teacher of the Year said, I think we learn so much more from our students than they learn from us. So, how do we align to the BESE educational vision and to many of the other things that are really important here in the department? You heard from our students here about our Student Ambassador Program. This was a program that stemmed from some training that we were doing on equity, and we were doing it with program leaders, and program leaders brought their staff and their students to the training, and they were learning together. And I was sitting at a table talking to the students at lunch, and the students told me that they were engineers and business communications, had degrees and so forth. And one student said, "We can be more than housekeepers and dishwashers." I immediately stood up and told my field, "We have some engineers over here. If you're looking for staff, you need to go talk to them." So that formed our Student Ambassador Program, where we contracted with 25 students to inform us of our work, to teach us, to train us, and to be a part of all of our professional development, as well as our advisory boards and many other things. And so we're really proud of that work. And from there, they went on to, their first question I asked them was for them to solve the waitlist problem. And so they sat at a table and then told me, "We can do it. Just give us a chance." So we gave them a chance, and now they are teaching students on the wait list or facilitating classes with their former students. And this has been a really innovative idea that has really taken off for both our programs as well as our students. Our conversation, that is our conversation cafes. And we also initiated and engaged in another initiative called Student to Staff, where we actually contracted with a provider to train our students and give them a certification in best practices of TESOL. Many of these students were teachers in their countries of origin, and now they have gone on to be employed. So we've graduated 35, and 20 of those are currently working in educational facilities. Math Step, this is a different program, slightly different, in that this is one of our services that combines training and education concurrently. Students join these programs who are looking to get industry recognized credentials in clean water, CDL, IT, welding, manufacturing. They know so much more than me. But this is a group of, we usually impact about 600 students a year who go through this program and increase their education, English, as well as receiving industry recognized credentials. This is a photo of a CNA group working how the classroom is set up as it would be in a hospital. They took my blood pressure and fed me applesauce, but I left that picture out. Math Step also is really, we also look at how we are doing after people graduate. And so this is a slide of showing you the employment rates after exit, as well as the median earnings after exit. A year in 2025, that the median earnings of a graduate of Math Step program was $41,000. So that means there were many people up above and some under. But we like to think of this as a very strong beginning, and we're looking to even improve this more and more. So last on my on the brief tour of what's happening in adult education, I would be remiss if I didn't speak a little bit about our Mass Links online virtual school. This was a creation from a few meetings, sitting at a training in Washington, D.C., and then coming back and thinking about what we could do here. And in 23, we launched our online academy, and they provide English as a second language as well as adult basic education, leading to credentials. And in January, they will start their Future Ready Institute, which will actually take students who are beyond their maximum level of learning English and move them into digital technology, AI, critical thinking, workplace and industry credentials, and like far beyond where they're at right now. So we're very innovative here in adult education. We're really excited to be able to try new things and not be and to be trusted to really learn and grow and take our adult learners as far as they can go. So,
Thank you, Yvonne. Matt, Vice Chair Hills wants to say.
Thank you for the presentation and for the folks who spoke earlier. I wanted to go back to your slide 6, adult education by numbers, and you just kind of look at this really significant growth since the year before the pandemic. Let's skip over kind of the pandemic year. Is that an expansion of capacity of the program? Is that simply growth in the number of adult learners who want to register? Like, is there an intentionality that's driving that, or is it just,
yes,
more people? Okay.
So yes and yes. So we had an intention of building capacity over our first 5 years of funding, and that meant investment into additional seats and into programs who could grow and expand. Our funding leveled off in 24, and our last increase in push in of funds was during the time when, at the beginning of when people were immigrating here in large numbers from Haiti and previously from Afghanistan, as well as from the Ukraine. Our programs have grown over the last 2 years due to sheer will and capacity to expand and to flex and to be wise and to be good stewards of their dollars, putting learners first above all else. So we have intentionally grew our programs with funds, and then when we don't have funds available, we invest directly in what doesn't impact the student numbers. And there was a large influx of people coming into Massachusetts who needed English as a second language, and we were able to step up and support that as other state agencies did as well.
Somewhat related question, the map you have of the state, in the southwest portion of the state, there were no little dots there for services. Is that population driven? Is that something that significantly impacts the number of adult learners you can reach out to?
It used to, but now because we have a statewide online virtual program, we can touch anyone in the state, wherever they are. And we do have a map that shows that we do get students from our communities. Many of those communities, though, the students will travel to the closest nearest program. So I do believe, I would say we are meeting the needs in that area because they are less populated than our Boston areas and so forth.
Go right ahead, and then Member West, first.
I'm looking at the breakdown by race, and I definitely see the increase in African American and Black in 2023, and then 24 to 25, and then you talked about the influx of immigrants. Is that is that growth because of Haitian immigrants? That, and then my second question was, I see that throughout the years, the Hispanic, group continues to be the largest, and I'm just trying to figure out how you're defining Hispanic, because I feel like, Brazilians are the highest immigrants in Massachusetts. Is where do they fit in this?
We use the national kind of like breakdowns of ethnicity, and you either identify as Hispanic or non-Hispanic. And so that's a self-identification. I'll be looking back to my data people. And so I would say in general, like street data says that if you are from Brazil or from one of a Spanish-speaking or country, that you would self-identify as Hispanic. But
As Latino, not Hispanic. But don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, it's students are asked to choose as one or more races, and then as Hispanic or not Hispanic, Hispanic or Latino, or not Hispanic or Latino, and any student that identifies as Hispanic or Latino, just like we do with the K-12 population, is populated into the Hispanic category.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, Dr. West, and then Member Mohammed.
So thank you for this. It's great to get visibility into an important activity of the department that we don't get to discuss much at this table. I have more of a comment just to make sure everyone on the board is aware of it, that I think we talk a lot about trying to engage in evidence-based policy, and of all the things that the department does, the adult education and the English language acquisition courses in particular may be like the most evidence-based that we have. Several years ago, two of my students started with essentially an internship at the department, and they realized there would be opportunities because many of these programs are oversubscribed and use lotteries to admit students to get a real good sense of the effects. And so I'm just going to read a little bit from their the abstract of their paper in the 2023 American Economic Review. It says, we estimate the causal effects of English language training for adult immigrants on participants' civic and economic outcomes using randomized enrollment lotteries from a public adult education program in Massachusetts. Participation doubles voter participation and increases annual earnings by 56%. Increased tax revenue from earnings gains covers program costs over time, generating a 6% return for taxpayers. So anyways, you're doing good work, and we appreciate it. And I guess what I would turn that into, to turn it into a question, they were able to do this phenomenal research, which by the way benefited them as well, because these programs were oversubscribed. So I guess I heard you say something about waitlist problem and how you're using the sort of former students to help solve the waitlist program, but where is supply relative to demand right now statewide?
Most of our programs are operating at full capacity. We have some programs that are showing some lower levels, and I think it's also due to something that was mentioned earlier today, that there is fear in our communities, and many of our students don't feel like if they show up to a school that's teaching English, that it may be targeted. We have had some of our programs, had ICE show up. This is not new, though, not new to the current situation, but it is more highlighted and more causing definitely more fear. And so we are addressing, so we have to have several different approaches to addressing the wait list. We know that we're never going to ever probably be able to clear it, but we will be able to make significant impact and have people engaged in educational activities while they're waiting.
How big is the wait list, Yvonne?
20,000 plus?
Wow, almost as many that are enrolled.
Yeah, it used to be around 17,000 consistently, but with our increase in immigration, increase in students who have migrated here, there is an increased need for English skills.
Sorry, Dr. Grant.
I just wanted to say thank you and thank you. I think we underestimate what it means to immigrate to this country, or what it means to decide to chase an American dream that many of us take for granted. And it means a lot that you would take the physical time to sit and share your story. And thank you for making sure you honor their language, because we actually need to be eyes open and facing what's in front of us as a commonwealth that has a responsibility to the whole that we serve. And so I just wanted to acknowledge your work. In very, very hard times, it means a lot to still stand beside individuals. And I think as we think about the future, as we're facing this next revolution, as we embrace AI, et cetera, I think your needs will compound. It won't just be students who may have had an interruption in their K-12 experience. It won't just be learners who are new to this country. It will be an additional set of adults who need to upskill and face this new horizon. And so I don't think this will be the first time we engage in a conversation around additional investments in adult education. And congrats on getting your virtual academy launched.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And then, sorry, Farzana.
Yeah, I'm cutting the line. Go ahead.
Okay,
Farzana.
sorry.
First, thank you so much, and thank you, Member West, for sharing those statistics, because they're vitally important, I think, in this notion of the return on the investment. Just one question, I'm curious about how long people spend on the wait list. So you have a large wait list, but do we move people off in a year? Does it take 2, how long does it take? And then more a comment that is probably outside the scope of what BESE does or what this program does, but I'm curious about, I love the all the sort of internally driven initiatives to create these conversation cafes and the student to staff pipelines. What exists in sort of your ecosystem of partnerships with community colleges or employers?
Our touch and expanse is broad. So we work with 11 community colleges. Each and every one of our 38 training programs has a employer partner with it. So once you get your industry recognized credential, there are employers who are looking to hire you.
How long in the wait list?
How long is the wait list?
How long does it take people to move off?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
How long do people stay on the wait list?
How long do people stay on the wait list? Some students stay on it long, some others, depending on where you're at in the gateway cities. I will say that in our first round of our pilot conversation cafe, someone said that they had been waiting on the waitlist for 3 years, and they were so excited to be able to join a community. And I will tell you that all the students from the first round of conversation cafes were able to enter into a classroom if their schedules allowed it, and most of them did. So this is just a, but I'll be here all day. We're staying afterwards if you want. I have cake. If you want to have some and meet us, we'll talk. Oh,
Well,
I'm sorry.
Thank you,
Unless
Yvonne.
somebody else-
And I just had one more question, just about, I'm sorry, I know we're going,
I
and
know,
actually,
I'm like, there's other things to talk about.
This is important.
Yes.
you go first.
First of all, this was super informative, and I really appreciate learning about it. And I think that there's a lot of great work being done. And I think, as Marty pointed out, the return on investment is huge. I want to share that I feel like your work is really living the DESE educational vision, and I haven't really seen a true program within DESE fully living the educational vision. I thought it was more aspirational, but what I'm seeing here is like a true application of that, and so I commend you for that. And I also want to note that I feel that the work that is being done in adult education is not compliance focused, it's support focused, and I think that's a big difference of why we're feeling the positive vibes, for lack of better term.
On the wait list and the concerns related, there was a $10 million investment through the Fair Share supplemental FY24 Fair Share supplemental budget that went through successfully, and it was explicitly designed to address that waitlist challenge. So, and that those are dollars that can be spent over the next 3 years. So
That's great.
We're hoping that will have impact.
Yes.
But I love one of your strategies, which we've talked about here, Yvonne, which is your idea of using mentorship, and having the student ambassadors, which I thank all 5 of you here today for coming. All of us were very grateful for you taking the time to come here and tell us about your stories and how much you appreciate the program and Yvonne's work. Because it takes some things are simple but not easy, and it sounds to me like you're doing both very well, and we just really commend you, Yvonne, for your work.
Well, thank you so much for your support and your leadership, and very grateful to have such a supportive board and leaders.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Yvonne.
Okay, and we're going to move on to the commissioner's priorities.
Thank you, board members, and again, thank you. And I know we have we had a heavy agenda this month compared to other months. So, as the board chair said, we'll now start talking about, this is really, board members, this is really for you to give feedback. So none of this is finalized. This is really, and this has really been something that I've spent the last 6 months really getting, also just doing a listening tour. So first of all, again, just have had an amazing time being here in our Commonwealth since my arrival, that just was in July, although it feels like it's been longer. I was brought here with a deep K-12 education experience, but really no experience in Massachusetts. And you asked me to purposely apply my fresh perspective to those lessons that I've learned and to explore where we're at here in terms of the state of education in our Commonwealth. And so today, what I'm sharing with you, board members, is what I believe are the key priorities for the agency moving forward. And by the way, they're priorities, but there's still amazing work happening, still, like you just heard with the adult education program. So that will continue, we'll continue to support it. But these are priorities really that I'm hoping that we can actually use to create an ambitious strategic plan. Over the last 6 months, we'll start the slide deck. Thank you. So first of all, and again, it feels like it's been here longer, but this is just finishing my 6th month. I've met 2,700 stakeholders and I've attended over 50 events. These were, by the way, very meaningful engagements and conversations, really where I was just listening to what they were feeling, the challenges that they were experiencing, and really getting feedback about our agency. Go to the next slide. So, what will continue to ground any decision that I make is our students. This is why we do this work. What do we know right now about the success or lack of success of students and student achievement here in our Commonwealth? And then the question is, how should this inform our priorities and plans? And to start, a few months ago, we released this when we released our MCAS data, and the Secretary and I did this together. And one of the things that I've identified and I've repeated multiple times at our events is that as we stand today, with our latest data, there is no student group in Massachusetts that's at pre-pandemic levels. I have to repeat that again. There is no student group in Massachusetts that are at pre-pandemic levels. And by the way, getting back to 2019 pre-pandemic levels is not the ultimate goal. And I know that even at that period, the Commonwealth was not pleased with where they were at. But this is a benchmark and indicator. We got to start somewhere. And so I am very concerned. I've pointed this out very directly and still continue to point this out, that the rest of the country is making much more, is making progress in these areas, including in my former state. What we saw even in Chicago is that our Asian, high socioeconomic white students, they bounced back almost immediately after the pandemic. So the gaps just grew wider, and that was the work, and we made great gains in narrowing those gaps. Here, what we're seeing in Massachusetts, when you see this chart, it's all red. We have the worst of both worlds. We're overall lower, and our gaps are still wider. And so it really is a challenge. And so why does this matter? The Secretary and my amazing partner at the Department of Higher Ed, Commissioner Ortega, just released this data. Let's go to the next slide. That shows that students who graduate from college and can earn much more, in fact, tens of thousands of dollars more every single year of their lives compared to students who only have a high school diploma. So what was great in this report, board members, is not only did it show associate degrees and bachelor degrees, it even showed it by institution. But in essence, and I heard you say this, Secretary, in essence, what the summary of the report was, if you graduate with one of these diplomas compared to a high school education, your earnings are at least $20,000 to $30,000 higher. And again, it's not just a one-time event. It happens, throughout the rest of your life. And I've said this, I love our career tech programs, and we have a lot of things. We have no data at scale that says that a high school diploma by itself is enough for our families to have social and economic mobility. There just isn't the data. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. There's family businesses, people win the lottery, but there's nothing at scale. And I just got to remind everybody, we graduate over 70,000 students every single year. So my question, everybody, is give me something at scale, right? Because that's what I have to, and that's been always my work, in my career. Let's go to the next slide. While this data is troubling, we also have an amazing opportunity to improve it. Earlier this fall, my amazing partner, the Secretary, with our State Graduation Council, released its vision of a Massachusetts grad. And we released that earlier this month. And as well, we'll be discussing today our initial set of recommendations. This is legacy work that really, really for us, again, can lift all students. It articulates that what experiences every student and every district should have upon graduation. And so we're going to go deeper in the interim report later in this meeting, but our first cross-agency anchor priority is to ensure that, again, and this, by the way, when we say cross-anchor priority, this is grounding the entire agency. So one of the things that I want to make sure, board members, is that as we list the priorities, this is not a one department type priority. This is entire agency. And so again, what we are really asking ourselves, again, what universal expectations can we set for all students, all schools, all districts, how we provide support, the supports to ensure that all districts can implement these new standards, and what is our vision for post-secondary pathways for students. This is standard setting work that will be complex and will take time, but our work can't stop there. And so again, we'll go deeper into our initial recommendations for grad standards, but I wanted to just lift that up, that this is one of the first top priorities for the agency. And so again, so we go to and then the second cross-agency anchor priority will be accelerating student achievement. So again, as we're implementing new standards and raising expectations for what we want for all of our students, we also know that we have many schools that are struggling. So We'll be presenting a deeper dive in this priority, board members, in an upcoming board meeting, but the goal is really of how we rethink how we support accountability and achievement as an agency by casting a wider net of districts and schools who need targeted supports to improve. Remember, I shared the data of how our student groups are really struggling, focusing on partnering and for improvement with shared responsibilities. In other words, we have to make sure that districts are doing their part to make sure that we can accelerate student achievement, and then utilizing the entire agency, not just one department, because that's what we've done historically, the entire agency to support our schools. I also believe that it's one of the most important roles as an agency is to celebrate and elevate best practices. And again, I shared the fact that we did that with our districts and schools that have hit these metrics of pre-pandemic levels. We celebrate them, we brought them together because again, we want to be able to share best practices. We want to build connections across the Commonwealth to make sure that both we're celebrating but also providing supports to our schools. As we said earlier, we think that the answers are within our Commonwealth. We have an amazing set of intellectual resources from our higher ed community, our philanthropy, our employers. School improvement is deeply complex, but at the heart, it's answering a very simple question. What do we know? What do we know that works? What are the conditions for school success in Massachusetts? And how do we make sure that those practices and conditions that work exist in every single school? How do we do this at scale? That approach brings me to our 4 supporting priorities aligned to our agency's strategic objectives. By focusing on these priorities, and both setting expectations for all and prioritizing these strategies and conditions through targeted supports, we should see growth across the Commonwealth. So these are supporting priorities, board members. So the first is, our power of presence. This is really about increasing student attendance and engagement. Chronic absenteeism is another troubling data point in Massachusetts that has not rebounded since the pandemic. And just as a reminder, board members, our data was very clear. Students who are chronically absent, which means that they're absent at least 18 days during the school year, the average for Massachusetts is about 31 days, they're always about a grade level below. Students who are not chronically absent, they're just below meeting our standards. And so it's really important. Second is learning experiences, which we will continue to build on a solid foundation for our students by prioritizing evidence-based literacy practices and encouraging that all districts adopt and utilize high-quality materials. And also in the work that we do, we want to make sure that we're also looking at practices for English learners and students with disabilities. We want to make sure that we have best practices as we look at those gaps that we see with those groups. And again, we'll always continue to celebrate and amplify those schools that are doing those practices to serve these students. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we have a diverse and effective workforce, and this is also includes expanding our teacher pipelines. So we'll continue to improve and strengthen our robust pipeline of teachers that will meet the needs of the future, whether it's addressing student needs, whether it's looking at ensuring, again, that as we partner with our teacher prep programs, that they're high quality. But again, this is just very essential that as we look at our districts, I have no doubt in our schools, there's going to be areas of the Commonwealth that are significantly struggling when it comes to teacher pipelines. And if we don't address those issues, board members, all of the other strategies are going to be impossible to implement. So again, that's another area that we want to continue to focus on. So that's the work ahead. It's challenging, it's complex. What are our next steps? Like I said, we want to get feedback, board members, around these priorities. We've been engaging stakeholders, and we'll continue to engage them this winter and spring to finalize proposed actions and goals for each priority so that we can design and articulate a very comprehensive strategic plan. So that's part of the goal, Chairwoman, is these priorities will then lead to the creation of plans and including a strategic plan. Again, we've already started, thinking about this internally. We want to make sure that as part of the agency, one of the things that I have heard, as talking to the field, I know you've heard this, is we don't have coherence across the agency. So in other words, we have a lot of work happening, a lot of initiatives, and a great example today with our adult education, connected to our vision, so there's a connection there, but when you look at all the different elements of work, there's no coherence across the entire agency. We're not making those connections. By the way, we've heard that both from our stakeholders and externally as well as our own staff. And so in order to really start making changes to the agency, one of the things that I'm announcing also, board members, is we've created a 2-deputy structure. So underneath the commissioner, 2 deputy commissioners, and I want to recognize Lawrence Wu and Rob Curtin as now promoted them to be my 2 deputy commissioners. And if you don't mind, Rob and Lauren, if you can just stand up so we can just celebrate you. There are 2 members of my team, board members, that not only have a great experiences and breadth across the agency, but also just have a real commitment to the work that we're doing here. Underneath our 2 deputy commissioners, we will have 7 senior associate commissioners, and that includes 2 right now that are where we have 2 individuals in those roles, which is Erin Hashimoto Martel. Erin, if you can stand up just so we can recognize you, and Darcy Fernandez. Both leading amazing work in terms of especially our content experts under Erin, and as well in practices, and then Darcy leading many leadership programs that she's trying to help me also expand our different pipelines, right, Darcy? And so those 2 positions are filled, but that also means, board members, that we have 5 others that are actually vacant and will be open both internally and externally. And these roles will cover everything from looking at, for example, our post-secondary work and the implementation of new grad standards. That role will supervise both early college and in our career tech programs. We also will have 2 roles that are overseeing our very, very complex work of special ed. And so, again, we'll have 5. We'll also have another role that's overseeing our initiative to accelerate student achievement. So this is the role, Chairwoman, also that will promote innovation as well, because, again, we know that as we work with struggling schools, sometimes it is really rethinking about how we do that work. So, again, in total, board members, there'll be 5, and then also backfilling our accountability role that Rob, now that he's been promoted, will be the 5th one. So a total of 5 senior associate commissioners. More importantly, and I know, Secretary, you and I are in conversation with budget talks, all of this, board members, are within our budget constraints, within our headcounts, including projecting ahead what reductions we may have to do in terms of headcount. So that's all within those constraints. So again, I know I've shared a lot, board members, but again, would be happy to answer questions, and also I'll ask Rob and Lauren also to come to the table as well, just in case I need help with them, for them to answer questions as well.
Any questions? Dr. Grant, and then Farzana, and then Member Harsha.
Well, let's get started. One, Commissioner, just a tremendous acknowledgement of just how much you've gotten done in an unbelievably short amount of time. I was like, oh, wow, it really was July. And you've made your way across the Commonwealth. You have authentically sought to engage. You are far more of a listener than even I am. But that grace of entry has been seen in your action. And so, congratulations on a strong entry. I feel like I've been waiting for this because, as you note and the data shows, we, the collective we, have a lot of work to do. And though this state is well-resourced and well-educated, I'm not certain all of the answers that will move us forward solely rest in our jurisdiction. And so I am excited to see these priorities named, and excited to see both of you, your new deputy commissioner and I, spent a lot of time together last week at a convening of governors on literacy, and I was grateful that Massachusetts was even in the room.
That's right.
Because as we began to discuss where we tell ourselves we are versus where we will not do this journey alone. There is a lot of evidence-based work. Unfortunately, several states have made far more investments than we have at this point, but I do think the intentionality of these priorities, a restructuring, which might feel a bit destabilizing, often communicates a need for clarity and coherence that will allow us to see this work materialize for our students. And so you have my support as we journey along. I do, on Teach Tomorrow, I just wanted to say building a robust, high-quality teacher pipeline. But I'm excited to see where you all are going to take this work and look forward to engaging board meetings around the strategic plan. so that we're crystal clear about the work that's occurring.
Thank you.
Member Mohammed and then Member Harsha.
Thank you so much for the energy and the fresh perspective that you've brought into this role and hitting the ground running on multiple things. And thank you both for all the work that you've done. I think I've said this before when we've done previous strategic plans, so it's not new, but I think it would be really useful as you go further into this to really think robustly about milestones that are attached to the strategic plan throughout the course of whatever annual operating plan that you have, so that we can understand 3 months into a year, 6 months into a year, do we need course corrections, and just having some really clear metrics and guidelines as we go into that.
Yeah, but remember, when the table that had all the red, I just kind of, I told the team, I said, it's daunting, right? But part of me is like, there's a scorecard there, right? Over time, there's nowhere to hide, right? At a minimum, that's student achievement. And of course, for me, it's even bigger is the so what of what's happening with students after high school, which is why unapologetically, I will continue to make sure parents understand what our data is seeing, which is, again, our students have to have a post-secondary plan, which is, I know, is part of our vision, but more importantly, what the role of college is. And like I said, kudos to Commissioner Ortega, like he actually had it by institution.
Yeah.
And the fact that the other thing that I forgot to say is, and this is coming from our research that eventually we're going to bring to the board, the number one indicator for students enrolling and persisting in college is them meeting our standards at some point. They don't have to meet them all by third grade, that's preferably, but if they meet our standards all the way up to some point even into high school, that is the number one indicator. And by the way, if you want to really seal it, give them access to Mass Core, which is we're going to talk a little bit in the grad standards, which is the course content. You give them those two things, that is the ticket and what our data shows right now. And so unapologetically, we need to double down because with so many students not meeting our standards, we have to make sure that we address that. But yes, and we'll definitely have plenty of milestones that the board will approve.
Member Harsha.
Thank you. Talking about standards and plus one to everything Dr. Grant said. I feel like it's been 2 years since July to now.
Yeah,
But
I've only been on the board since April.
In talking about standards, so as we talk about students in Massachusetts not being, at the pre-pandemic level, and knowing that although the MCAS testing will be a thing, but not a high school requirement, I'm just trying to understand what are we going to measure? How if because the reality is, if MCAS is not stopping high schoolers from graduating, there's less of an enthusiasm and a focus on taking it, and that's the reality, right? So how are we gonna I'm just really curious to know what are we gonna use as that measuring.
So board member, this was the entire debate doing the council work. The secretary and I had a lead, and again with multiple stakeholders, and it was first again, let's acknowledge the importance of students meeting our standards, and let's acknowledge the fact that the reason Massachusetts got to number one because of its standards, and our gold standard up to today has been, our MCAS exam, as imperfect as it is. Sorry, Rob, I know you're like, that's Rob's baby, but as imperfect as it is, no baby's perfect. It's been MCAS. And so really, as we go into the graduation recommendations, that's why, we talk about, the importance of mastery and the importance of end of course exams. And so again, I know Member West and I, we've had these conversations as well, as well as the board chair and the vice chair. So I just think it's just important that we continue to elevate that. And so we'll talk about that with the new grad recommendations in the course exams. A lot of work to still do. But I think to your point, board member, we have to be really crystal clear with parents. I'll just say this, board members, I am starting to show a little bit more of my frustration with some of our stakeholders about calling them on when they start confusing parents and teachers about the importance of standards and the importance of student achievement. And yes, you can say what you want about accountability, but at the end of the day, it is about student achievement. And that is something that that I am going to be very emphatic about, that, look, we can disagree about a lot of details, but don't confuse our parents and teachers at the end of the day, because the work is already hard enough. And parents are asking this question, will my child be okay? And right now, in the complexity of AI, the complexity of a K economy, are my children going to be okay? And what they're asking is, are they going to have the social and economic mobility that they need to have? By the way, that includes our students with disabilities, that includes our multilingual students, this is all of our students. And I think this is something that as we do this work is top of mind for me.
Well, I mean, I think to that point, then the question, it started when you presented the data and you showed the massive decline in performance. Qualitatively, I've spoken to leaders and they were like, well, the kids know, doesn't matter. And that's significant. And so one, I do wonder, what are the dashboards that parents have access to? How are they not only translated, but presented at a level that parents can read, navigate, understand that, like, if you know that you have to address misinformation toward parents, what resources, tools, etc., do you put forth as the SEA to be the trusted disseminator of knowledge for our parents so that they're crystal clear about what their children have or do not have as we navigate this journey?
Yeah, I think, Member Grant, I think it's a great question that I want to continue during as we talk about our grad standards, because I think that's where the Secretary and I really are, that's where we're going, again, that was the heart of the crux of some of the disagreements we had within the council, because, so more to come on that, Member Grant, but it's a great question.
Any other, Vice Chair Hills?
Just a couple of comments to kind of feed on to this sort of what parents want to know. There were surveys that have come out over the last 2 or 3 years. There was a long article in the Globe over the last week or so about a particular district. And those surveys and that Globe article kind of there's a point that just kind of kept coming out, which is the chasm, not the gap, between where parents feel their students are performing and what so much of the data says. So if you think of Christina's comment, like, how are you going to be as the SEA, State Education Agency? Because I'm thinking, I just want to keep up with you. It's not just putting out the data, it's putting out the data in ways that the most trusted source of information, the districts and the teachers, are able to embrace. Otherwise, you're just putting out data that's going against however the message is getting across. Yeah. With respect to, as this all comes together into a plan, I think it would be helpful for us to see some metrics, annual goals, key performance, whatever you want to call them, not for the sake of you met your goals or you didn't, but it's the only way we can get a sense of how quickly or over how much time you want to achieve your key your key objectives, and it gives us a chance to kind of look back and say over the course of a year, wait a second, something's not working as well as you thought it would. What, if any, pivots are necessary? So I say this as I did sort of a year or so ago with Russell. The point is not to go like this. The point is, like, that's the only way we know kind of what your ultimate end game is and how you're going to assess it, other than to just say, well, you're doing a lot of good work.
Yeah, to your point, Member Hill, and one of the things also that I'm embracing, because remember, I came from the field, so I've always been a district leader. So I would, the questions you have, I would answer them a certain way, and I oversaw the schools, so the buck stopped with me, right? And so I'm embracing that in this role, I don't have direct supervision of all the schools, right? Which is again, everybody, regardless of what type of school, that is where the impact is at, right? So that's how our education system works. And so as an honor of embracing that, starting with the priorities, but as we build those plans, Member Hill, it really is truly working with school districts and partners. And again, which is why what we're doing is, look, first of all, let's be clear about what success means. And that's where, I don't know if it's the word frustration, Lauren and Rob, but you've seen me. I will show my passion. I'll say it that way. Maybe it's more than frustration. My passion about, let's be really clear about this. Let's define, so as an SEA, as the state education, we can define success, right? Let's make sure that that's really clear. And then with that, let's be honest about where we're at, right, according to that. So that'll be part of it, as well as going deeper into the districts themselves and the schools. And again, on both sides, we will bring together, and this is my commitment, schools and districts that are doing a good job, because we need to elevate that work. That is just important. It's important. It's important. I mean, you saw it with our adult education program. We have to be doing that because this work is really hard. And we have to also figure out how we align resources and to ensure that what's working and what's not. At the same time, and you'll see this in the next set of board meetings, I will bring you also, this other initiative, which is I highlighted it today, but which is who's struggling right now, and what does that look like, and what does that mean, and again, what will that work look like, which is in collaboration with those districts, because this isn't about the agency, doing a huge statewide takeover, of every district and school, but this is really about. We have an amazing set of intellectual resources. We have an amazing amount of talent. I'll just say this, the coherence that I don't see in our agency, I'll just say kindly, and I'm 6 months in, so please, I could be completely wrong. I don't see a lot of coherence statewide. I don't see it. And so I want to call that out because this is really in defense of my teachers and school leaders in this state. We have to have coherence across the systems. And so Commissioner Ortega, with the Secretary's support, we are going to be doing that. Amy and our Commissioner of Early Childhood, we're going to be doing that because, again, it's going to take the entire Commonwealth, but I also see such an amazing opportunity because everybody, when I was in the South in Texas, never could have imagined this level of resourcing. And I'm not saying that we have enough. So for our superintendents in the room, I'm not saying but I'm just saying, never could have imagined that. I know, Christina, in your work in Philadelphia, you know what I mean? I never could have imagined it.
Yeah, and I would say one thing you left out is the tremendous amount of power you do have as commissioner.
Yes.
And so, though you do not directly run these LEAs, and though, we cannot skirt your responsibility, our responsibility to hold these LEAs accountable.
Yes.
During the pandemic, there were historic investments made, and we don't have the data to show that the investments turned the needle the way that we would have expected them to. There are about 5 states and maybe DC that have recovered from the pandemic. So we are not alone in this journey of what needs to take place, but we cannot cede the power that the SEA has to hold individual schools accountable in this Commonwealth, which is a rare set of powers. And so when I look at the new roles and I look at the strategic plan, I want to see names, what are the investments that have to exist at the SEA level to do receivership well, to do school improvement well, to leverage the power that the legislature has given this body to not just hold individuals accountable, but play a role in that path forward. I do think that Massachusetts could lead the country in this work because we are assuredly not alone, but we got to first by having a sense of urgency, very clear vision and value on what we expected our students to learn, and then we held people accountable. So, the place that wrote the playbook can just write the next chapter.
Well said, Member Grant. So again, board members, that is going to be the goal. That is going to be the goal, And the great thing is that so far as we're, again, in this listening tour that I've done, I can sense the alignment. Again, there's a lot of details to work out, so that will be the next steps. That will be the next steps, board members. But what I'm hearing loud and clear, so along with these priorities, the right milestones, the right goals, the right balance, I'll call it, of accountability. And again, but it will be with us also lifting up the importance of student achievement and why it matters, as well as working, again, in a coherent way with my colleagues, because, again, I just see an amazing opportunity to sort of bring these components together because we're all connected, right, from early childhood to K-12 to higher ed, and I know the Secretary has been very supportive of that.
It's really interesting too, Commissioner, because we've had a lot of discussion about what your leadership style means for the board and how this will work going forward. And so my role as chair, trying to convene the right advisory councils and structures in place for the board, sort of all follows into your structure as you go forward. And I loved what Dr. Grant said about the broader power, but not really a lot of direct power, but there's still the power to persuade, the power to sort of drive an agenda that is agreed upon. And I think that's really important because, you know, when I hear about like the Leonard School in Lawrence, I've been on the board long enough to have heard there are all these, you know, successes that we had, and then they go away. So when you talk about historic investments that don't result in outcomes, the process is not the product. And the money is not the product. And so, again, enlisting the best practices, that's really what you can,
Yes.
you know, perform that across the Commonwealth in terms of the direct things that we do have, like teacher development and recruitment. So I'm so pleased to see that on your list of priorities. And just how we support that work going forward is really important in a meaningful way to us so that we're not just the recipients of information that goes nowhere and then a couple of years later, it's a rinse and repeat cycle. None of us are in this work as volunteers to do that. And so that's why we want to align with you.
Yeah, no, and Chairwoman, thank you for that, because just to make two connections, I remember how you brought this up. So one is, we did do the report around, that was requested of the agency around Student Opportunity Act, and I had, you know, it got completed as I was coming in, and I had the same reaction, which is it doesn't really give a lot of insights. I also, but again, this goes back to my comment of lack of coherence. We've done a lot of things in our Commonwealth, amazing things even on the financial front, in our grants and our opportunities. I really want to, and I would ask board members, I know you'll hold me accountable to this, that when we built this plan together, that we do see that coherence, because that's really what's happening. And to your point, Chairwoman, we have, you know, amazing individuals on these advisory committees, but again, it's the so what. How does their work connect to where we're going as a Commonwealth? So that's the connections that we want to make. Not an easy task, but everybody, for me, it's just an amazing opportunity because we have these intellectual resources that if we can leverage them, I have no doubt that we'll show gains and we'll be able to meet the goals and milestones that we do together.
Just a quick comment and a follow-up question. The quick comment is, you know, and I've made this point before, as you look at what's working and what's not working, I mean, you're convening districts, all that's great. There's some incredible work that's been done by colleagues of Marty and Christina, and I'm not trying to make, you know, Tom into the patron saint of anything about what works educationally, but there's some amazing work he's put out repeatedly. Leverage it. And I suggest you leverage it. I'm sorry. I said it.
Actually, can I comment on that? I mean, I would say it a little differently. The work that he's put out so far is mainly about understanding where we are and the challenges that we face. I think the opportunity that researchers like Tom to broaden it provide is the opportunity to actually figure out what works as we go, as we work towards these goals.
Absolutely.
Right? We should know which of the interventions we are encouraging districts to adopt to increase attendance are actually making a difference. And that's straightforward to do if we track the information and, you know, monitor what happens as a result and compare it from one setting to another. We should be figuring out which of the supports we're providing to low-performing schools that you identify are most effective in turning around the trajectory, and we should be making those comparisons to the schools you just barely didn't identify to be able to show that the overall effort is working. And so I think we have built up over the years an infrastructure of data that Rob has really played a huge role in, as well as others in the agency, that we have not yet fully deployed in service of our mission and the ability to learn as we go.
I mean, we've spoken about the research challenges, and so I know part of the questions you're asking is directly connected to researchers being able to ask those questions, study them over time, and allow Massachusetts to be a part of an action-based inquiry community.
Yeah.
One question. When will you come back to the board and with what in terms of the next step with the plan?
So first of all, so some of these we're still building out. So I wanna, you know, over the next several months, we will be bringing more details. Specifically, for example, one that we're working on right now is around accelerating student achievement, because it's the big challenge. So that will be coming, board member, in the next 2 months, that we're gonna bring that. Along with that, we're again also looking at the other priorities. Again, we wanted to make sure that we got the right feedback today. This is the right direction. So I think what I want to do as a next step is create a calendar or a schedule for you, a timeline that I will work with the team on to be able to do that. And member West, just to your comment, part of the goal as we build these plans is to have these components in there. Having researchers that are partnering with us. I really want to create a community of practice across many of these goals, and I also want to also align it. So the other thing, Member Hill, is Vice Chair Hill, is to align it also with the budget with the budget process, because we are also going through that right now. So that's something the Secretary and I are also. So all these things are coming together, board members. So it's just, again, so I think the next step, though, we will have an actual schedule and timeline that I will first, share with the chair and the vice chair, and then bring it to the board, so you can see some of the steps that we want to do. But in essence, the main thing today is, are the priorities the right ones? Do we have, really, us going on the next steps of building the more detailed plans, and a more detailed timeline will be next.
Tom and his team put together some work. I just want to go back to this. And it's with lots of data from BESE and from other states that literally said, you remember, because it was presented at the Kennedy School and to the board. Here are the interventions. Mm-hmm. Here is the amount of closure of the gaps from 2019 for each X amount of time on these interventions. I may be simplifying it, but I'm pretty sure if he could take massive amounts of data and quantify changes as a result, he could probably do the same with sufficient data on a range of different issues. And it's not just Tom. I mean, he's got a team and an organization. No, did I not describe
Well, there's nothing empirical in that presentation that you're remembering based on Massachusetts. And there's a big difference between sort of taking broad strategies that have worked elsewhere.
He actually separated districts out in Massachusetts.
Yeah, but we don't have any information on how those funds were used in Massachusetts.
We don't have access to the data.
So right now we can't, I can assure you that that's the case.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a big difference between saying, in general, several studies have shown high dosage tutoring to be effective in raising student achievement, and therefore choosing that strategy. That's one approach, and that's good. That's sort of evidence-informed decision-making. And I would contrast that, though, with saying, as we pursue that strategy, we're going to be actively monitoring the results that we're getting in real time to be able to show that our implementation of high-dosage tutoring is effective. And that is where we, I think, have an opportunity to lead.
I'll take this hat off. But so when in Washington, D.C., Stanford fully evaluated the high-impact tutoring investment in real time as the investment was being made, so that we didn't wait 3 years after the investment to know that academic progress was made in middle school, or that social emotional wellness took place. But in 90-day increments, the internal team got access to research in real time to show how it was being implemented in the field. And so what Marty is explaining is we do have, and this will not be centered on my center or Tom Kane, but we do have the full capacity within the research community to partner with DESE as they are making these investments and get information back in real time that could improve practice in the field.
And you don't always need outside researchers. We have some
Right.
talented people
Right.
in the agency. So I think a good strategy about when we engage external researchers and when we do things internally is valuable as well.
But I would name it isn't necessarily about, they are exceptional. They also have very full-time, complicated jobs. Like we can't say, Rob, make sure that all the assessments go well, analyze the data, et cetera, and then ask a 5-year question. And so we do have to think about, he should lead this conversation. I just name that it will require resources we will have to think differently about how we make those investments to ensure that they have the teams, the capacity. As we are doing this work in other states, we're embedding capacity in those states because the commissioners will say, like, we're at our FTE. We don't have this additional money. And so it's a different conversation to get at some of the questions that you're asking, but now is the time to have that conversation.
That's right.
Member Mohammed.
I'm just thinking through different threads that have emerged over the course of this meeting, where we have a huge amount of data infrastructure and several best practices that exist that we need to crystallize. And as you think about internal alignment and alignments across the system, that there maybe needs to be some consideration around a communications infrastructure that gets solidified. And I can kind of clarify this best by an example from sort of the healthcare world. We have these huge, complex healthcare institutions. Common things that happen in hospitals is people often die from ventilator-associated pneumonias or central line infections, which we know are possible to eliminate, and some hospitals have done that. And how do you kind of think about how to take those practices and spread them around? So as we look at data, as we understand variations where there are really high-performing districts or even sort of receiverships that work well, what are the kernels that make it work? How do you make sure that the next time you have a receivership engagement that you don't lose these best practices? So there's some component here about how you crystallize these ideas and communicate them and drive system-wide change.
Yeah.
That should be part of the plan.
Absolutely, board member, and that's the reason, everybody, we started, even before I brought these priorities to you, about bringing one, just sort of, and not even a North Star, but just saying, let me just throw a benchmark, right, which is pre-pandemic levels, and recognizing schools and districts that have hit that, and then bringing them together. So that was part of that work, board members. And again, and by the way, when we brought them together, maybe I can ask Lauren and Rob to share a little bit details. I mean, it wasn't just like to bring them together and celebrate them. They actually were in sessions, doing practices. I don't know if you want to just share a little bit. I know Lauren Secretary was sort of the MC of the whole event. I don't know if you want to just share just a little bit of that, because that was a whole agency effort to bring, and it was the first time we've done that.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. We had one day for districts, one day for schools, and the best part about it, I think, was it wasn't DESE talking to the districts. It was districts talking to districts or schools talking to schools, and talking about the practices that they've used, and in a variety of areas, whether it be talking about HQIM, whether it be talking about measures to help student attendance, things across the board. And I think that's more about what we want to see, is like elevating those practices and helping to expand upon them across the Commonwealth.
So I guess what I'm saying, board members, is I want you to see that as the first indication of what the way we want to approach the work, and then to the board members, we have amazing researchers that we will bring to the table, and we want to do it from the onset, right? Because the reality is that waiting till after the fact, which, I mean, I'm trying to be kind here. That's sort of what we did, right? Here in Massachusetts, and look where we're at, right? I mean, so we put all these investments, let's, see how all this works out, and here we are, right? And so again, but the amazing thing is we do have these resources, and we have the ability to align those resources, and I will tell you, coming from states where we haven't had those resources, it's a nice welcome change.
One more question, comment. So as you're talking about alignment, and I appreciate you talking about alignment, and as I'm looking at the vision for Massachusetts graduate and thinking about creative problem solvers that would, we want our students to go into the world as creatively as possible and solving issues. I really think we need to engage in this conversation of AI as soon as possible in creating alignment of how AI is being used in schools, because one of my major flags is this inability for students to be problem solvers because of AI. So definitely putting a pin on that.
I actually think that, thank you for bringing that up, but this broader issue of technology use in schools, and especially at their younger grades, how it's being used, what it's replacing. You look at what Australia is doing, and when you deploy these resources, how and where should they be used? I think there's not a lot of evaluation that goes on of these systems.
Absolutely. So
All right.
Thank you for the robust conversation. We knew it was going to be robust, and again, we're still not done. So we're not going to discuss it, but it's connected. Again, this is one of the top priorities, Chairwoman, which is now bringing to you what we just released, which is our initial recommendations for new graduation standards. So I'll ask Chairwoman, with your permission, to have the Secretary kick us off on that.
Glad to. Do we want to take a 5-minute break?
Maybe yes.
Maybe yes, because I'm looking at folks' face and.
Oh, I'm fired up,
Right.
ready to
People
go.
are flapping. Okay,
I'm
5
sorry.
minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Make it 4.
Yeah, I'm like, 1 o'clock is fast approaching.
I've got
One
a
last
high school
topic.
is
Sorry,
senior and a
everybody.
rising kindergarten.
And thank you, Yvonne, not only for the presentation, but for the delightful cake. I have to admit.
Oh my God. Thank you.
Yes. So good.
Amazing.
All right, you're up.
Secretary.
I'm up. Okay, great. Last item on the agenda, Commissioner and I are happy to provide an update on the statewide graduation council and our work in partnership with them. We will sort of talk about this in 6 movements for the musically inclined among us. The first 4 pieces of this I will take on and will serve in many ways as a review, as I've been keeping you updated on the process and the work of the Graduation Council. And then I'll turn it over to the Commissioner to talk about the recommendations, considerations, additional information, and next steps. I'll start by naming that it is not a secret that last January, Governor Healy signed an executive order establishing a 32-member council to really lean into answering a couple of big questions, right? One, what should students know and be able to do by the time they graduate? How should they demonstrate their achievements, as I'm thinking about the assessment landscape? And then what are the conditions that should be true across the state to allow for all students from an equitable standpoint to engage in whatever recommendations we are making? This work began in earnest immediately after the establishment of the council in March. We began with stakeholder engagement immediately after the council was established. You should know, because we talked about it at this body, that a vision for Massachusetts grad was released in September, and many of you were at Attleboro High School to celebrate that first important milestone. I'll speak more to that in just a moment. On December 1st, as is articulated in the executive order, we released the interim report with a big celebration at Dedham High School. Commissioner will speak to that. The executive order also articulates that 18 months after the signing of the executive order, a final report is due. That is June of 2026, and we have every intention of finishing this work on time. One of the big pieces of this work that I will say humbly that we are proud of, among many pieces that we are proud of, is the stakeholder engagement to inform the elements of this set of recommendations. It is inclusive of listening sessions held in geographically diverse communities across the state. We held virtual listening sessions as well. We engaged students exclusively in conversations related to the questions in the executive order. What should it mean to graduate from high school in Massachusetts? What is it that students should know and be able to do? We launched, and are proud of the response on it, a statewide survey, nearly 7,000 responses. Just by way of context, there are more than 30 states that have updated their high school graduation requirements over the past number of years, say 5 to 7 years. There's a lot of attention being paid to the work being done in New York. I'm pleased to say that the response on our statewide survey is many times greater than that in New York. That's the competitive side coming out a little bit. But importantly, we feel good about that because we wanted to make sure that constituents had an opportunity to lean in and share their thoughts, and it was really helpful to bring their thinking and their responses to bear on our thinking on these recommendations. We also surveyed the landscape of districts or LEAs in Massachusetts. We want to understand how are they defining their portrait of a graduate, what are their graduation requirements, and bring that to bear on our thinking. And then importantly, we've engaged 2 advisory groups who I would say, Commissioner, have really been working with us all along the way. One representing the special education community and one representing the multilingual learner community. These advisory groups are comprised of experts from higher education, experts from the field and advocates. We've engaged them in conversations, asking for their input and their feedback at really strategic points along the way, and feel really grateful for the way that they've leaned in, and feel that it's important to lift up that we've engaged meaningfully with them along the way. So all of that stakeholder input, along with the research, has brought us to a point in late September of being able to share a vision of a Massachusetts graduate. I would say humbly that this vision is both research responsive and feedback responsive. It is based or anchored in 3 core qualities: thinkers, leaders, and contributors. And attached to each one of those core qualities are 2 important competencies. These reflect the durable skills that we know both the workforce and higher ed are looking for. They reflect important pieces of social emotional learning as well. We feel really strongly that this reflects what we want all students to know and be able to do, and the response, the feedback on this vision of a Massachusetts grad has been really, really positive. Importantly, from those 2 advisory groups that I just finished talking about, but even beyond that, the higher ed community has lauded this vision of a graduate. The business community has lauded this vision of a graduate, and I think also importantly, stakeholders who are currently in the K-12 space have lauded it as well. Some might say that getting to this important milestone was the easy part. I would humbly and actually forcefully disagree. There's a lot of work that went into this, but the next piece of the work really involves, okay, so what are the substantive learning experiences that students need to experience to deliver or to get to this place of the vision of a graduate. And with that, I will turn it over to the commissioner to talk more about it. I'm happy to drive with the clicker if you'd like.
So what you see here, everybody, is again, first of all, just an amazing showing, and I just want to—I know not every board member could attend, but you know, those of you who were there, thank you. And there was just so many stakeholders at this event where we released the interim report. And frankly, I would just say this, Secretary, I was very proud, not only of the collective group that we had, you know, Jessica speaking from IFT. We had, of course, our hosts that were speaking, and really what we talked about was this bigger vision of what is it that we want. We want to make sure that our students have the ability to take advantage of all the amazing resources of our Commonwealth. So whether that's college, work, being also, you know, just being active in their communities, and it's grounded on, and it's a little hard to read, but basically our students having strong foundations, making sure, for example, that they actually have access to the coursework, and I'll talk about that in more detail, that they can show that they're developing the skills, and they've mastered those skills. And then for me, it's always the so what. How do we make sure that they understand their opportunities beyond high school? And so let's go to the next slide, Secretary. So let me so again, as we think about, there's 3 big, so one thing we have to say, and the Secretary and I have always struggled about the visuals of this, because this is not, and we have to say this over and over again, this is not meant to be a list of items. It is meant to be a comprehensive package that we are saying when these things are together and they're all interrelated, that is what's going to produce the result of making sure our children are truly prepared and can take advantage of the amazing opportunities of our Commonwealth. So not meant to be individual. Now, in implementation, we'll have to kind of break them down, but in general, I want to keep repeating, it's a comprehensive package. It's not meant for us to be separating them or opining on one versus the other. And by the way, I also got to say this, it is also a value statement. When we talk about this as a comprehensive package, it is truly about what we believe our children need to truly be successful, and it is these tough questions we had earlier about how do we make sure we're honest with parents about where children are at. Right? It's answering that question, are our children going to be okay? This is meant to do that. So it starts with the foundation of learning, which is our coursework, grounded in our research around Mass Core, which is for everyone, these are the minimum course requirements that our public universities require in the state of Massachusetts to be able to be accepted into those universities. So that's 4 years of math, 4 years of math, 4 years of English, 3 years of social studies, 3 years of lab science. It includes language, it includes PE. Now, we're not saying that has to be exact, but it has to be, we call either mass core like that. You know, there could be some little things that we'll tinker with. And a good example is we have the ability to internships. And, you know, so we have, for example, the private, the PICs, the private investment councils, that partner with employers. So we want to integrate that as well. So it's coursework, it's also learning experiences. The area that we had the most discussion on, and probably I would say disagreement within the council, was around this difficult question of how do we make sure students can show mastery when we know the current MCAS system is no longer a graduation requirement. So we took it in two parts here. One is, at senior year, are students being able to develop a capstone and develop a portfolio? By the way, it's a little bit, I know, remember West End, we had this conversation. It's not the high stakes sort of mastery per se, but it does have a role of, and we talk to schools, students, teachers that are doing this now. It does have this wonderful impact when it's done well, and BESE would create the rubric for this. One, that it makes the connection of the work that's happening in high school and what their future plans are. It also is a nice way to, for example, you know, in the construction program, I saw this in one of the high schools where you have students that literally, what better way to show their mastery of skills when they're actually renovating a house on campus and they're also renovating, you know, doing renovations in the community. So imagine the potential of these capstones and portfolios to do some really interesting things. But before so that'd be senior year. Prior to that, we would select a few course subjects that we would have students take end of course exams, very similar to what they take now. They take end of course exams in many of their classes in high school. We would align it also to federal requirements because it gives us the opportunity to, as it gives us the possibility of phasing out MCAS and phasing in of course assessments at the same, you know, while we're doing that. So the idea being 9th and 10th. So we haven't. Those are the details that we're going to figure out. But in essence, I want you to think about that visual. That we don't want both. We don't want nothing to exist. But what we're thinking about is how do we bring those two worlds together? Because again, it is about. By the way, that's the accountability measure. That's also mastery, but also mastery when it matters, which is how do we make sure if it's an algebra, you know, if it's an algebra EOC, how do we make sure students are ready before they have to take algebra 2, before they have to take pre-cal or stats, right? So that's the thinking. And then on the next box, which is around preparing students for what's next, college and career and civic readiness, we already have great models around MyCap that some districts are already implementing. By the way, I should have said this. 70% of districts right now are in some mode of implementing mass core as we speak. Many different high schools are already working with either capstones or portfolios, not everybody, so even though these are not requirements. And then MyCap is also in many districts, and to me, this is really, in the vision the Secretary and I have, is really starting this advising from middle school, but making it a requirement in high school. And this is really, to sum it up, and the LG asked me this, about making it so that every high school student has to have a post-secondary plan as they're finishing high school. So whether that post-secondary plan is college, whether that's the military, whether that's work, and by the way, aligning all the counseling resources to that. So I'll just give you a quick example. In Chicago, when this requirement was put in place over a decade ago, students, and Chicago has the highest going rate of large districts of students going to college, especially universities. And one of the things, for example, that was required is that every student had a group of colleges that were like their dream schools. Then there was their reach schools and their safety schools. The advising was aligned all to that. And of course, which is one of the requirements, making sure students are filling out financial aid, because the research says students who fill out financial aid, that's the #1 indicator whether they go to college. With that, being sensitive that we might have students, because of what's happening right now with the federal, that students could exempt if they don't, for those kind of reasons. But again, financial aid, #1 request we got, and this is from all the surveys, financial literacy. #1 request we got from students, parents, and educators was we needed to have financial literacy to be a requirement in high school. And then similar to 8th grade, another request we got was for civics. So those are the elements, everybody. And then you go to the last slide, and this is where we'll talk a little about the next steps and answer questions. What you see here, and in the report, we made it clear Think of this as, again, these are value statements, these are our initial recommendations, but this is directionally where we're going. And then what we also said is, what are the things that we're gonna have to tackle between now and June? And you can see in every one of these buckets, whether it's the foundations of learning, our mastery, or preparing students for what's next, there's things, for example, we still have to determine which exams, for example, in mastery, which exams we would have EOCs. What the roles of EOCs would be, because again, if they replace MCAS, they have both a dual role of accountability for districts and schools, and also around how we work with students, right, who are struggling in these particular areas. Whether, for example, in the foundations of learning, like I said, it's going to be modeled at the Mass Core, but again, could we even improve it, right? Because Mass Core has a lot of great research, but are there some areas actually that we can even be in improving? And then one thing that I didn't say that I'll emphasize around preparing for what's next, the Secretary and I see amazing opportunities for SEALs. So right now we have the Seal of Biliteracy, which, by the way, and this, if you remember this a few meetings ago, we showed you the growth, how amazing that is, because we recognize that. So our two stakeholder groups around students with disabilities and multilingual students said, imagine SEALs, what about students with disabilities, especially as we're getting them into employment programs, what type of SEALs could you recognize and elevate, right, for certain groups of students that really recognize excellence? I mean, think of the things we do right now with certifications in career tech, or as well as our early college program. So there's so many interesting opportunities to elevate, so that, I think, Secretary, you and I always said, whatever requirements are, let's do a plus with that and use SEALs to leverage it, because we want a floor, but really what we want is even go beyond the floor. And so board members, let me stop here, but these are the considerations that we would want to answer between now and June, including timelines, and this will be done with implementation committees that we're developing that will be rolled out next month, that will have practitioners from the field. So imagine us so the good news about these elements, we have districts that have already been implementing Mass Core. So I talked to Mary Skipper, she's been doing it for a few years. There's a lot of lessons she's learning, and being our largest district in the Commonwealth. We have districts that are implementing MyCap. What are those lessons learned? There's, again, already high schools that are doing portfolios and capstones. What have they learned? Some already have done personal finance as part of the requirements. Some have done civics, right? So the challenge is we just don't have any of this at scale. So really it is us bringing the practitioners, teachers, school leaders. We definitely want to engage parents, help them understand it. So we have an aggressive timeline. So the goal is to address these considerations in our June report, but also think about what resources it will take, what's a responsible timeline to implement these different elements. And again, I'll just end with this. It's meant to be a comprehensive package. So even though, again, we will tackle this is just a way to sort of try to figure out how to actually create the implementation plan. But the goal is, and we've said this is legacy work. The Secretary and I are playing the long game on this. This is something that we want that redefines the high school experience and the Commonwealth for decades to come. So that's what we're doing. So board members will be happy to answer questions.
Dr. West.
Sure. So thank you for your leadership of this council. I appreciate the ambition of where you just landed, Pedro, and I think it is a very big opportunity. And in general, I was favorably impressed with the recommendations that emerged from the council's work. I'll offer a few sets of observations. One is that I like the elements that are in the vision of the graduate that you started with. I agree with the Secretary that it's not just a throwaway exercise. My own interpretation of them is that there's a first among equals as we think about the elements that are now arrayed around a circle in a round table manner, which is academically prepared. That's the core mission of schools. It's what we are charged with overseeing. And the other objectives, as important as they are, should in schools largely be pursued via the mission of academic preparation. So how do you become more effective at collaborating? You engage in academic tasks together with your peers, and you reflect on that aspect of the exercise. And I do worry that some of the efforts to create these more holistic portraits of a graduate or visions of a graduate serve in practice to downplay the relative importance of academic preparation, and I hope that won't happen. I'm less worried about it in this context because you then say the foundation of the system is course requirements and put that front and center. And so I hope that that we can remain true to that. The second thing I really liked is just the inclusion of exit exams that would be state designed and assessed as part of it. I don't think it's enough to require courses aligned to standards and call it a day. And so I appreciate that. Commissioner, you anticipated one of the things that I was going to say in an aside as you were talking about, which is, as I think about the portfolio and capstone concept, I have no objection to its inclusion. I don't think it fits under the heading of demonstration of mastery, because especially if it's locally scored, which I do think makes sense, it's not going to serve that role. And there have been numerous efforts to design portfolios and capstones and make them comparable and achieve psychometric rigor, and they've proven to be very expensive, very difficult, and usually unsuccessful. And so I think we should think about that requirement, if it stays, as something like ensuring an engaging student experience, or motivation in service of the academic preparation, and that we should manage our own expectations for that and stakeholders' expectations for the role that component of the system would play. And then the last thing is just, I didn't get a sense from the report the timing when this system as a whole or different elements of it could be in place. And I realize that some of this would require legislation, so it's not directly under our control. But I do get the sense, given how long it takes to develop an exit exam system, that we are going to be under these interim regulations that we've passed for some period of time.
Yes.
And
Yes.
one of the things we made sure to do when developing that system was ensuring that we would have the MCAS results, as well as the grades students were receiving in the courses that are being used to certify mastery, as under the current legislation. And I am curious whether we've looked at that data yet. We should have it for last academic year, because we need to be serving our current students well and holding them to reasonable expectations. But that also then provides an opportunity to make the case for the importance of exit exams in the new system, right? If there are challenges in ensuring rigor of coursework in this interim period, and it's no secret that that's probably the most contentious element of the proposal, so I'd like for us to be using the information that we already have to make a proactive case for that element of the system. So I'm sorry for being long-winded, but
if you could go to the next slide, Secretary, because this is actually good for Rob to comment. So one of the things that we are trying to make sure we're really clear on, and this is a question we're getting a lot from superintendents right now. First of all, it's not realistic for us to think that these recommendations could be in place for like next year, because again, it's a comprehensive package. So one, and as the slide says, we are asking still our local LEA, our local districts, our LEAs, to make sure that they do have policies around how we're going to meet the minimum requirements that exist today. And we've been clear to them that this will not only be in place for this year, but realistically they'll be in place for next year's seniors as well, as we're developing these timelines. So I just want to start there because again, I should have said that, and it was in the slide, so it's not, I got too excited about the actual recommendations.
Yeah, that's okay.
But
Well,
Rob,
you actually voiced over most of this, Commissioner, except for that first bullet.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah. So we are Member West. To your question about the grades. So we are as this says, and this is where I was going to go. We're in the process of collecting the CD policies that were due according to the regulations by December 31st, and they didn't take effect until the class of 2026. So they were not in place for the class of 2025. So that first
had an interim.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, remember 2025 was a little bit of the Wild West, and so that first round of analytical work that you were talking about would actually be on the class of 2026 and not the class of 2025.
Okay, but my general
Larger
point
point,
is
yeah,
that
for
it
sure.
will be helpful in proactively making the case for the exit exam requirement
Yes.
for us to be not just gathering that data, but reporting out on it.
I just want to say something about Rob's answer to your question. Even the class of 2026 will be a mixture of data you can use and not use. And I just use the example of Newton because I'm most familiar with it, but there have to be lots of other districts like this. A year or more ago, out of, 500 students across Newton North and South, who were in the class of 2026,
Yes.
I think one had not yet passed the 10th grade MCAS when it was still required, and for the next year, 3 had not yet passed. I mean, that was
Right.
out of the 10th graders. So I'm just saying, like, to Marty's question, you might want to figure out how you're going to work around some of those limitations and your ability to correlate kind
sure.
of grades with MCAS scores.
Yeah, these policies that we're receiving by the end of this month are not applicable. They're applicable to the class of 2026, but the overwhelming majority of kids had already earned the CD because they took the test in the spring of 2024 and a retest after that in November. So they'll really kick in for everybody with the class of 2027 starting next year.
But even where that's the case, we can look at the courses that are being used and the MCAS scores and see how that varies from one place to the next.
That's correct.
Did you have?
Nope.
So a couple of comments. The first is when I look at the range of things that form this, your preliminary kind of recommendations. And I think in the comment you keep making, Pedro, this is like it's all woven together. It's a package. A lot of the airtime is spent talking about, and of course, assessments and how that's going to work. The rest of it is operationally complicated, and there's a lot of different pieces that have to come together. And maybe complicated is not the right word. There's a lot of things you're trying to do or you want to do that are not always done now. So even when you say 70% of the districts are, students are kind of getting there in terms of being aligned with, well, that's still 30% of the districts not. And my guess would be most of that 30% of the districts are relatively smaller districts. I don't know that that's true, that it becomes more and more complicated, within a certain, within current resources to make it all work. And that's just one piece of it. So I guess what I would say is, let's see how this all comes together. The more complicated part will take a while, and yet we don't want to be sitting here, in 2035 with a list of reasons that still this couldn't be implemented. So while it all comes together as a package, the two of you may want to kind of think about whether you can tier some of it. And I don't have anything in mind in particular. What I'd also say is, yes, there's additional legislation that will be needed. I believe there's quite a bit more we could do through regulations and or guidance, but we need regulations too, even without existing legislation. And I don't mean pushing the envelope, waiting for a lawsuit to happen, but I think there is more we could choose to do, not jamming anything down the throat of superintendents, things that would be aligned with where you want to go, and we don't have to wait for new legislation. So you think of the timing issue and the complexity. That's the first comment. The second comment is, as we would all agree, much of the bandwidth in terms of the public weighing in has been around, and of course assessments, what counts and what doesn't count. And there's been a document on the state website that's appeared. There's been other things that have been passed around. And I want to say the language around the end of course assessments has changed in some places in ways that's contradicting in the exact same document in other places. And I can tell you, I've gotten a few calls about it, including from a reporter. And my own assessment was, I don't know that there's anything going on. This looks like something that instead of one or two people speaking to the secretary and the commissioner, you got 10 or 15 people, each of whom have decided like they could really roll up their sleeves and write different pieces of this. I mean, they literally, one sentence conflicts with the next sentence. When I think of the secretary having spoken about this over the last year, all I see is a consistent message from him, and it's been where there's been any uncertainty, he will very clearly say what the uncertainty is. So no, I don't think the secretary's kind of subtly changed his view. And Pedro, I've gotten to know you. I don't think either of you are genetically capable of deception. So no, I don't think it's coming from the two of you. I would just say, as a dozen people start getting involved in wordsmithing something, and the outcome of that, I'll say this actually to you as chair for you to speak with your colleagues in state government, and you start messing with something as controversial as end of course assessments, and you end up with documents where one bullet says the opposite of the next, you might want to go back to the primary person, Secretary Tutwiler, who doesn't seem to have any problem navigating this and saying it clearly, and the commissioner as well. I mean, this is creating problems for people, including people who were up there on stage December 1st, who like are wondering, wait a minute, did we just get taken? And I'm like, no, I think a bunch of people just stuck their hands in.
So I think,
I've gone out of my way not to make it a criticism about the two, because I don't think it is. But something happened here.
No, so I think, and it's in the last slide. I mean, it was, might as well go there. So thank you, because between both board members, you helped me get to the last two slides. So again, I got excited about the recommendations. Secretary and I have been very clear on this one, and I think what you're getting at, Vice Chair Hill, is this tension, and I'll call it a healthy tension of accountability, right? And this challenge of, what we have heard consistently is that we don't want our children to be punished. I guess I don't know if I want to use the right word, but in essence, we didn't want our EOCs to become a deterrent for graduation. So the challenge and the real tension, it's a healthy one, because especially if they replace MCAS, it is the accountability system, but let's be clear, the accountability is of who? Districts and schools, of adults, right? And to me, the so what, and this is why, and I've been in states with EOCs, both Nevada and in Texas. Texas still has them today. They're still used for accountability and for graduation requirements. And so they're there today. And I saw the unintended consequences of how the system worked there. And I do believe that we can do it better here, which is they're part of the coursework, they're part of accountability, but it's also ensuring that, again, what we're really leveraging is making sure students are able to complete, because it is now mass core. Again, it's all interconnected. You have 4 years of math. So it's the so what versus, because what is it existed in some of the systems that I've been in, including I feel like what happened here with MCAS, if we're not careful, it becomes about an assessment. And then the students become obsessed with that assessment. And I will tell you, that's not healthy for students. What I really want is for students to not be afraid of. For example, I'll use math as an example. I don't want them to be afraid of math. They're afraid of math, it's gonna change the opportunities they have as adults. And too many people have come up to our system being scared of math for whatever reason. And that's really the challenge I have for our practitioners, which is why I'm excited to bring in those algebra teachers. Because they're problem solvers, and those algebra teachers are serious about their work, and say, let's play out these scenarios. Because by the way, we have students today that fail algebra courses, right? So, and we get through it. We have students right now that struggle in different ways in different areas. And my question for us is, to challenge us here in Massachusetts, is again, you know, if I had the algebra teachers in the room today, I'd say my charge to you is this: let's play out these different scenarios as this system is in place. So they're taking Mass Core. We have our standards; those are clear. They're taking an algebra class. It has to be rigorous. They take it in the course exam. Let's play out different scenarios. And my question is, let's say in one scenario the student fails the exam. How does that play out? Because again, the issue is not about punishing the students so they don't graduate. My question is, they got to take algebra 2. They're going to have to take pre-cal. They might have to take a stats. Don't get me started about geometry. I still don't understand. For all the math experts, I still don't agree that geometry should be in that sequence. But let's put that aside. That is the reality. Or you can talk about that with science. You can talk about that with English. Because these are coursework that's going to continue into higher ed, right? And so how do we make sure students do have those skills? And to me, that's the work that's going to be exciting to bring in with practitioners. And again, we can still hold up accountability, because the accountability is on districts, schools, and adults. And more importantly, if I'm a parent, I want to know my child is going to be okay. I want to make sure they can get through the core sequence of math, and that they're not going to be in college scared to death about math.
I'm not arguing the merits of of what your recommendation could be.
No, I know you're not.
For now.
No, I'm just trying to answer the question.
I'm just saying the language in some of these documents appearing on websites seems to have changed from what I think of as a totally consistent and carefully constructed answer that has come. I mean, you could watch them on, John Keller and, on the record and stuff like that. I mean, it's a consistent message. It's the change in the language post-December 1st that was like, wait a minute, like, what happened here?
And by the way, you're referring, let's just call out, name exactly what the change is so that we're all following.
Yeah, I mean, there are some ways on the website it says, I don't think it says the words, the EOCs and the course assessments don't count, but it's not going to be required. And then 2 sentences later, but the weighting of it, and this is sort of the consistent answer that the secretary has given, the weighting of it and how it's going to interact with the rest of it, that's still to be determined. Well, that I understand. You've been consistent, and whatever you come up with, there'll be parts of it I'll love, there'll be parts of it I don't agree with, and we'll see, how it all hangs together. But it's the somehow all of a sudden post-December 1st. I said December 1st. That's when kind of the announcement was made up on the stage in wherever we were.
Is it the second bullet, or is
It's the first sentence. It shouldn't say students will not be required to pass. It should say EOCs are a comprehensive part of the graduation requirements in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Right.
Because it's
Okay.
ties your hands a little bit?
Yeah. Is
And
it
I
one or
hadn't
is it
seen
the
this
other?
until it went up. So yes, it is that part of it. And that's the sentence that conflicts with other parts of the same thing on the website. You can get into a discussion. Well, what is a diploma? Is there more than one diploma? It's like, just say what you mean. I don't mean you.
No,
and
no.
that's,
Clearly I say
that's
what
what
I
I
mean.
feel like you've taken pains since before Pedro was
I think
here
what they're
be
trying to say here is that there may well be pathways where a student doesn't pass the test and yet still graduates by virtue of their performance over the course as a whole. And so it alone will not prevent a student from graduating, but it could be a factor that leads a student not to demonstrate mastery.
But by leading with the exception, you forget what the rule was.
Right, and I get it. Seismic change, we're being very sensitive about how it's messaged, et cetera, but we can't skirt that these are the requirements that students must meet in order to graduate. If you come before, the collective you, not you individually, if we look at data 2 years from now where 80% of our kids are graduating and none of them have passed EOCs, what have we done?
Right.
And so my 2 comments, one, on civic readiness, would really want to understand more deeply what does that mean, particularly as you look at the Mass Core. Are you introducing action civics? Like, what are the things that students will have to show, do, and know to say that they are civically ready? Because that could go from being lip service to actual community service hours alone. Is that a statewide mandate? What does it mean for a child to have engaged? That's one. And then 2, this goes back to my conversation around the priorities. that if this is going to be done well, this is a significant investment of time and resources. It's why most states don't pursue this strategy as someone who has a Regents diploma. It is very, very hard to have high quality end of course assessments that are managed and navigated at the state level, because what my fear is, or if I'm being skeptical, you will have students that are passing classes in terms of their seat time and their testing, et cetera, and they're bombing on EOCs, and who is monitoring that? Or are they just gonna get pushed along? Right. And that's my concern. And this is a very well-constructed plan, and know you sacrificed a lot of your, if you had hair, it would be great. But the devil is in the implementation moving forward. That's right.
No doubt.
It can either be a model for the rest of the country, or we'll look back and say, we weren't monitoring this implementation well.
That's right. But by the way, this discussion is capturing the exact tension we had in the council from day one. I mean, and the good news is, and I don't know if it was strategy, Secretary, but it allowed us to be like, well, everything else doesn't have that kind of tension, right? Even though there's a lot of complexity in the mass core and the MICAP. But this is exactly the tension that we've been working with the council for months. So just so you know, and so there's a reason why some of the wording, which I can see it could be a little bit vague, but yes.
This was the original tension with the original MCAS too. So
Right,
everything
right.
old is new again, but in 1993 and 4 was the exact same discussion, right? Go ahead, Kristen.
My question is around implementation and local adoption. And so the way that graduation requirements were previously done was that there was a framework set by the state, and then that was adopted by LEAs locally and approved by their school committees. So similar to the vision of the graduate, I see that the state has one. I would expect that locally, communities should still have their own and then align to that for their community. So where does that fit in the timeline of having local districts adopt these requirements, or is it just going to be legislation where it doesn't have to be adopted through school committee policy?
Yeah, so we are gonna, those level of details, board member, is what we're gonna work on over the next several months. So in the final report, those were some of the considerations, because, and this is why the commitment the secretary and I made is we're gonna do this with our practitioners. But to be really clear, because I've had to repeat this with some of our superintendents, directionally, this is it. And I'm sorry, Secretary, I didn't mean to speak for you, when I spoke to the superintendent, but we're not revisiting the direction. The how we do it in a responsible way, the level of resourcing, a lot of the tensionness around accountability, balancing that with, again, how do we make sure students are truly prepared. That is what the work is gonna really kick off right now in January with all these practitioners. But directionally, at some point, all these components will be required. And then really the goal really is, again, over the next few months, us understanding what will it take, what are the resources, what are the lessons that we can learn? Because the good news is, besides EOCs, the others are actually, there's already elements of it all over the Commonwealth. Whether they're where they need to be, whether they're definitely not consistent, those kind of things, but there's a lot of lessons learned. But I think most importantly, board members, the thing that, I felt really strongly with the secretary is like directionally, we wanted to make a really clear statement, because it is not okay for students right now that are graduating out of Massachusetts, they're not even having access to the content to get into public universities. That's not okay. And I get it, like it's not that easy. I'm a practitioner, I get it, I came from there. It's still not okay. It's not okay if we have students, to your point, Christina, even when we design the system, that that because the course is not rigorous, because it's not it isn't aligned to our standards, it's not okay if students are not really prepared, because again, they're going to pay the price. Like I said, and I know this for a fact, it won't be just in their coursework. They will literally be scared of the content. They will, and I've seen this throughout my career, and it's a pet peeve of mine that I just really have a real problem with that. And so again, I think board member, there's a lot to work on. And again, our commitment is it will be done with the field, it'll be done together. But trust me, there are still people out there that are still questioning, well, can we still make changes? And as I said, Secretary, that ship has sailed. Mm-hmm. It's more the how of how we do it, yes. That we will do together.
And I think that aligns with your priorities, particularly around the teacher pipeline one, because I know there's plenty of districts that don't have a math teacher or can't find a world language teacher. So if Mass Core is a graduation requirement, which I understand and agree with, and adding financial literacy debt, we have to figure out the resources and supporting districts to get what they need.
Completely agree.
Thank you.
Just one point of clarification. The state vision of a graduate was built in large part on our surveying the landscape of existing portraits of a graduate. In addition to the research and all the feedback we got through surveys, there are strong ties between each one of the competencies and what we see across the state, with one exception: academically prepared. Like, that is not a feature. That language you actually don't see in a lot of visions of a graduate, not locally. And then as we look at visions of a graduate in other states, that, interestingly, that is not.
It gets downplayed.
Yeah, it does.
That's my point, yeah.
Interesting. Thank you.
Erica.
I just want to go back to the portfolios and capstones. I spoke to the commissioner about this, and as Member Grant said, it's such an expensive, daunting thing to put to scale. We do it in my own education department, and it requires a tremendous amount of resources just for 25 or 30 graduates a year. So that being said, I think about the language being used and just in terms of capstones and portfolios being a demonstration of mastery. We see it as what the commissioner said, which was kind of like an integration of learning, not a demonstration of mastery necessarily. And we refer to these experiences as high impact educational experiences, not because within the high impact of educational experiences, you have capstones, you have portfolios, you have internships, you have research, you have art displays, you have field components for the kids building Habitat for Humanity homes. So all that is wonderful. That is the gold star that we want all students to have, because, as you said, it helps them to see where they're going in the future, and it's high impact. It can change their lives. However, doing that to scale in a large urban district that has 300 to 400 graduates in one school when there are 6 high schools, who is supervising that? Who is assessing it? How this is going to be a monumental cost that I have great fear it's going to become an unfunded mandate on local
And then we're
districts.
gonna be sitting here approving waivers for districts that can't get it done because it's not
But
funded
it's
at the level.
for me, I want it for everyone. I want it for everyone because it can change your life.
Absolutely.
But
The how.
the how.
The resources.
Where is it coming from? When we heard earlier today about the fiscal cliff that every district is facing, where is this coming from?
And I'm sorry to be a broken record, board members, but, there is, one of the reasons I feel comfortable, especially with these components, including the portfolios and capstones, is there's such great lessons to learn from high schools that are already doing it, right? And so even though it's not universal, now with that, to be fair, we don't have a statewide rubric, right, yet, so you can imagine the variability that exists. But I do feel at least we're starting with something, and then we can ask those interesting questions. What did it take you in terms of resources? As a practitioner, when I've done it, I can tell you with the power I saw was how it was the planning of teachers coming together that really were really thoughtful in integration. And to the point where it was beautiful to see at the end of senior year how some of these things came together. So I saw it in Nevada, I saw it in Texas, I saw it in Illinois. Again, it was more encouraged, it wasn't required. But when the schools did it, you could just see the magic of it and how much more meaningful the work was for the students. But to your point, there was a process to build capacity. And so again, I'm really interested to see, I'm humbling myself, I want to see what it looks like in Massachusetts, because again, during this process, I at least got to talk to students about it, but I haven't actually seen it. And so I actually want to see it and really lift up some of those lessons.
Can I just add one quick thing? Commissioner, you said it 5 or 6 times during your formal presentation. I just want to echo it. This is a statement of value, right? And you just said, Member Fisher, that I want this for our students. And so we leaned into this, these recommendations with that same mindset. Like, what do we want? What is it that kids need? And then we have to figure it out. And so that's where we are.
We're here in Massachusetts.
That's good.
Go bigger, go home.
Now, my mother, who's probably watching this, knows that I was raised in a house where she said, "Don't write checks with your mouth."
That's why I'm like, who's the biggest philanthropic partner in this state?
That's right.
'Cause I would
That's right.
I would love for you to stand on the stage and say X set of financial, like they believe in this vision, this value statement about the children in the Commonwealth, and to redesign this system, we are committing X millions of dollars on a 5-year implementation. I'm gonna make the pitch as a board member. Like this can't be covered by the current resources we have. And so who will hold hands with you and the governor and the lieutenant governor to make the investment for a set of assessments that will do right by children? If the probing belief was that just the what we did before caused more harm than good. I don't know that I necessarily believe that, but if we're gonna go on the journey, let's put resources against our vision.
That's right. Let's do it right.
Yeah, like Member Fisher said, I desperately want this, right? And again, as everybody has said, there's the how and there's some, the devil is in the details. And there's two things I want to uplift here. One is obviously we're talking about high school graduation requirements, right? But it's really important as we're thinking about academically prepared, not to forget that it doesn't start in high school.
Right.
And how will we make sure that the students are academically prepared to be in high school so then they can meet these high school requirements? That is where I continue to just like I have 3 high schoolers and I'm constantly with high school students, right? And I continue to see the biggest gap is that transition from middle school to high school. They are not academically prepared. And I know the discussion here is high school and high school requirements, but it's I just have to uplift that because otherwise we may spin ourselves in the same, in 2035, as Hills were saying. The other piece is just as we were talking about the teacher pipeline, and we're talking about, budget, the cliff and all of that, is the counselor pipeline as well. Because if we're talking about all the students having to do FAFSA and all these other, things that will put them on the path to post high school graduation, I know many students in high schools that don't know who their guidance counselors are because they're over capacity. So that is right now is that is a huge thing for me, and I really want to uplift that. It's not just the teacher pipeline, it's also the capacity of guidance counselors and we had someone testify earlier this year on the struggles of becoming a guidance counselor, so the obstacles. So how are we removing the obstacles but not lowering the standards?
So, one of the things that I'm excited about, board member, and you brought, these two things up in your comments. One is, so, going back to our priorities as an agency, not that you would have let me get away with it, but I could have just said, board members, I'm new. The only thing we're going to do is just the grad standards, because that's enough, right? And so, in terms of the agency's priorities, but really, when you look at those priorities, they're trying to answer that question, especially when you see the detailed plans. Because children don't start in high school. So whether it's our literacy initiative, we do need to expand and strengthen teacher pipelines. Again, we cannot do any of this work without it. Our practices for multilingual students and students with disabilities, don't get me started, because that's really, I see a lot of areas of concern, a lot of opportunities for improvement, I'll call them. So all of that has to work in tandem, but I also see the amazing opportunity. For example, there are some structural things that exist here in Massachusetts that shame on us that we haven't addressed them. And so one of the council members is the head of the Counselors Association, who has a lot of already concerns and things that we should be addressing in terms of how counselor pipelines, their licensing. So I actually believe that if we lean into these requirements, and it is, by the way, the attention I'm getting, secretaries, from the superintendent is it's just overwhelming.
Sure.
It's over. The first question we got asked, Robert, is can you please send to our school committees and our parents that this won't be in place for next year? Because that's their biggest fear right now, is that people are going to say, oh, are you ready? When is this coming? But that's actually the biggest request we've gotten so far, by the way. So it's overwhelming, but I have to, again, continue to insist, this is Massachusetts. You know, I wasn't here in 1993, but I can imagine those conversations, board chair, as you said. There's been critical pivot points in our Commonwealth's history, and I will just say, you know, when we stood up and really, you know, held expectations for ourselves, wonderful things have happened for our children, for our communities. So I see this as that opportunity. It will not be easy, but I just believe, again, as long as we stay firm to, we're not going back in this direction, just because it's hard. Yes, there's resources constraints. When hasn't there been, right? By the way, you're speaking about this post-Great Recession of 2009. I wasn't here, but I was in other states and how that felt. Post the pandemic, and we know how that felt. You know, so again, it's not like we haven't, you know, dealt with challenges in the Commonwealth. I just see an opportunity for us to lean in, and I know, Secretary, I know that's been the intention, which is why we say this is about values and direction. But more to come, board members, because all these details are the things that we have to now work on.
To Dr. Fisher's point too, right, Elliot? You know, one of the things that this gives an opportunity for is for rethinking, right? So I hear what you're saying about the local mandates, but initially the big tranche of money that was never guaranteed to school districts that went out with the first wave between 94 and 2000 was to support, we have these new goals for MCAS. And then every subsequent big tranche of money that went out to local school districts, which the state has only the MCAS to measure it by, was for local school districts to do that. So again, there's already money in the system. The question is, if districts are losing, I heard that earlier today too, if districts are losing population, you could wind up with a district that's spending like $45,000, $50,000 a student if their budget doesn't adjust, right? So the question is, how much more innovative can we be with the dollars that we have? And that means structures change, and that means, and it's not, I have no idea what that looks like, but that's the implementation phase someone's gonna have to look at, which is that this isn't gonna be the same model as putting money into the same systems. If we really wanna get this done, and we say we want this, but it's really about identifying the how and then funding it as opposed to more money, otherwise we walk if we're a district, more money or we don't participate. And that's what we could hear next, predictably, so.
Well, I'm hearing folks really committed to wanting to do it right. Not that people don't want to do it or we saying we shouldn't do it. It's just a commitment to really do it right so we can elevate all students across the state. Not to build barriers, but to just acknowledge the barriers that are in front of us and then be able to work together to overcome them.
That's right. That's right.
It's gonna require some new thinking, I think, a lot across the board. But more to come.
He's like, is it December yet?
Exactly. Well, thank you, everybody, for such a robust discussion. We're going to be back on January 27th. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Absolutely.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, everybody.
All the
Thank you.
holidays.
Everybody's gonna need a trip.